Welcome to the Nomad Network, your first stop for complete and comprehensive Chicago Bears football coverage. Dive deep into analyses, updates, and all things Bears. Subscribe to our YouTube channel today and never miss a beat. Thank you in advance for your support. We promise to bring you the best because together we're unstoppable. Go Bears.
Yo, no maniacs. It is Wednesday, and you know what time that is. Time for some of that extra sauce for y'all, man. And again, man, it is like I could get overly prepared for a show, but then you can have that extra mojo going for yourself, especially when your team and everything that you do is based around how good this team is and Bears content. And then here they go with a 3-game winning streak, giving you that extra bit of, push. And I'm just going to tell you guys, I feel about as good being prepared for a show tonight as I ever have, man. And this is, I'm going to say this before I pass it to Canada. I don't think this is a fluke whatsoever. I don't think this is, premature, getting a little excited up. I'm not hearing none of it. I think this is the real deal. And there's reasons why I feel that way. And we'll get into a whole lot of that during the show, but you string three wins together and top that last one off with the team that went to the NFC Championship that the Detroit Lions lost to, and you beat them. I don't think the game should have been as difficult as it was, but it is a tough team. But we got a whole lot to talk about tonight, and Bears being the very, very epitome of that. But we still, of course, this is some extra sauce. We're gonna give you guys some extra content, during the show, and then at the end, we definitely gonna give you a little bit more. But this is definitely Halloween month, man, and I get excited about this kind of shit. So here it
Damn.
Graham Karma coming for some of you bad actors out there. I'm just telling you that right now. That guy's coming for your ass. But
yeah, but look, kids, this the dude that won't drink liquid death.
Yeah, you know what? Fantasizing about death and then absolutely just absorbing the shit into my body. That's something else different. I ain't doing that.
Well, the month
Bring on horror.
The month of October is made for liquid death.
No, that's made for your liquid death, not mine.
That's too funny. Speaking of which,
let me bounce past this shit to Canada, man. Let's see what's going on in his mind.
And Canada needs a drink. I really wasn't thinking about this whole situation, but here we are, and I may have to take a little 5 go make myself a Moscow Mule a little bit later on in the show. But as we go, welcome in Wednesday night. Time for some extra sauce. Thanks for joining us. Big ups to those in the chat and big ups to those who will be in the chat as we move forward. Shout outs to Jay Grizz. Always good to see you, my brother. Levante Rogers. He's a super no maniac. You should be as well. Mr. Mayhem's holding it down with us. I know Crimson is floating around somewhere as well. So big ups to Crimson and all the work he's doing in the background. But please become a member, become a no maniac. Tier 1. Costs you 99 cents, just about $1. Grab your phone, pull it out, scan that QR code. It'll take you right to the joint, and do what you need to do to become a member. Whether that is again the 99 cents tier or the $5 tier, become a super no maniac like the good homie Levante Rogers did. That being said, we're going to be layering on some additional levels of membership here, man. Not additional tiers, but just more content for you, the No Maniac and Super No Maniac. And we can't wait to launch all that. We're working hard and diligently to try and pull all that up and get it presentable for you. And
so what they should do is be a no maniac on the show. Get some extra sauce and
And
hold
nothing
on,
for the last piece. I got nothing either, man. But
I was about to throw an MF in the kitchen, but then I got Nomad at Night in my head, and I got it twisted. All right, take two. Become a no maniac. Support the show, whether it's extra salsa, MF, or Nomad at Night. Yeah.
Or Super Flex.
Or Super Flex.
There you go. I do appreciate the Flashdance throwback. That was it Flashback or is it Flashdance or is it
Flashlight? No, that's different.
It was Flashdance, no?
Yeah, Flash.
Yeah, it was her dance. She's doing that.
And then when she did the water in the chair, and then she did clothes with the water and with the silhouette, and she was all wet in there. Yeah, go ahead.
She was a construction worker too.
All right. Let me simplify. If you like all 22 content broken down in a way that we can all understand it and we can all get a better sense of what the hell the Bears have going on and how excited we should be about this team, you want to get some of that going on, bring your ass to the channel we're about to announce here very shortly. I've seen it. Finally, I left it alone, let Crimson do his work, but I saw it yesterday. And I was very, very surprised at the work that he did. So we're not just talking about becoming a member and offering all this extra content for nothing. Crimson, you did worked hard on this channel over here. And I'm just telling you guys, if you like that kind of stuff and you want to see it broken down, not only will we do all 22, there's all kinds of different ways we're going to be able to bring extra content for you all. It's just a lot. And I'm just telling you now, grab a membership. It's as cheap as it's ever going to get for 99 cents. You can't go cheaper than that. But if you really feel generous and you really want to help the channel, grab a $4.99 membership because there will be some different exclusive content for the Super No Maniacs.
The Super No Maniacs are gonna get their fill, man. Trust me. That all 22, some good old funky ass music stuff from yours truly, some in-depth chefing from the chef, among other things. You guys will be surprised at what you're gonna get when we roll it all out. But hey, man, you know what? It would be cool if the homie Bearlissimo might want to do a little something with you on that back end.
But on the back end, Bearlissimo is making a statement, and so all Bears fans know that him, gentleman, and for those he's using that term loosely for, he will make this statement one goddamn time. He will no longer be accepting any motherfucking Darnell Wright slander.
Don't worry about it, Bearlissimo. I had to do a little slapping around myself about this, man. Nobody trying to hear that bullshit. Nobody.
He's my man out there with one and a half arms, blocking 2.5 dudes at a time.
Man, dude, the all 22 reveal, and we were saying it during the game, man. We were definitely saying it during the game. At least I was.
Mm-hmm.
He is cracking people in the mouth right now.
Yeah, he is.
And it was when you see the all 22 and the development of the film, you can see, man, this dude's like, I ain't gonna say that he hasn't been doing that. He just was. It was a different level of Darnell Wright this game. But that's the whole topic of conversation.
This was like an angry and pain. I'm gonna hurt you because I'm feeling bad, Darnell Wright. And it was like he got the brace on like the college kids be wearing and doing it. Is like, yeah, my man, do that thing. But yeah, go ahead, no man.
No, I was just saying, man, that's one of the bullet points we're definitely going to get into today. If you want to hear, what was seen and, during the game, you could see a lot of it live, if you was paying attention to the trenches. But as you get to looking at film a little bit, it was definitely clear and obvious what he was on. During that game, he was on one, and so man, it was a great performance. He wasn't the only one. Yeah, again, man, it's a bunch of Bears conversation coming. Mm-hmm. But before we get to all of that, Kez,
he brought nasty. That's what he brought.
He brought a lot of that. Kez, before we get into all of that, man, we gotta always be human on the show, man. It's a human element.
Damn it.
designing everything that we do, man. What's been going on with you in your life? You healthy? How you
Oh, man, I'm all right, man. It's just a regular ass week for me, except Bears win, right? So like everything's better, right? Everything's cool. Like I'm messing around at work. I work with a Packers fan. I had to holler at him today about some business, and he was like, "Damn, y'all won on Monday." I was like, "You know what? We won the last 3 games in a row. I haven't been able to say that in a while, so." Take that, Packers fan. You know what I mean? So I get to rub it in a little bit FGB at the workplace. It was awesome. You know, you don't life don't get much better than that. So I'm I'm pleased as a Bears fan. I'm pleased with what's going on right now. Regular life is okay, man. You know, there are complaints, but I'm gonna save them, man, because I'd like to bask in the glory of a win. And even more so in the glory of a win streak, because I don't get to do that all the time. So right now, it's all on the up and up, man. It's all W's for me right now, man. I'm winning. I'm happy. Trips?
Oh, well, first of all, before we get too human, we got to get very human and let you know that as human beings, you are watching on YouTube or on one of the many platforms that we may be on, because we are on 3 platforms right now, streaming live: the Nomad Network, at Keds the Canuck, at Sports Chicago Style. You should make sure you are subscribed to all 3 and enjoy and consume the fine content that comes out daily, weekly. So we're going to keep you entertained, and you keep us supported, and you keep building in the chat and talking that shit, so we appreciate it all. But human wise, it's all good. It's the temperature's dropping outside a little bit.
Oh man, you had to go there, man. I'm in Canada, god damn it.
Man, my
you know what? It was a beautiful day for weather though. These past couple, like, the Bears wins have just made the weather so much better, though. I have to throw that out there too, man. Sun is shining in October. Let's go, baby.
Yeah, well, it's what it is. It's that time of year. Apple picking and pumpkin spice and hay rides and haunted houses. All that good shit. So whatever. But as long as we can keep this winning going, all of that will just be so much more funner. So much more gooder. So yeah, just looking forward to it. Oh, FYI, for those of you who have been enjoying the live reaction to the games that we've been doing, this Sunday, the Saints coming to Soldier Field. But I will be joining you from just a few miles south in Hyde Park, going up for the family, cousin's birthday and such. So I'm going to be
on location.
Pretty much. So we hope the connection will be all good, because I'll be on the phone and on the Bluetooth watching on there, and then I'll be with you there. So make a note to look for me there, look for us here on Sunday, 11:30, 11:45. What time, Nomad, we go start up?
We always start off 30 minutes before the game.
So 11:30, because it's a noon game. And look for us then, and we will see you there. Go ahead, Nomad.
All right, man. If never mind. We're gonna work through all that. I think you'll be all right as long as you got good connect. We'll be fine. Yeah. So interestingly, this week for me, got a call from my mom. I told you all, she bought a new house. She's rehabbing it. And so all the walls had to be busted out. I tried to use a tool. I bought a couple of tools to do it, so we didn't have to be cavemen about it and go over there and just smashing out all these walls. I told y'all about these special magnets that, attached to a screw or whatever. Whatever's going on behind.
Yeah, but you said your knuckle ass nephew went on caveman.
Yeah, he went crazy over there, but he had to, because when I went over there probably 1/4 of the way through it. I had to stop him just so I can, try these tools that I had, and it worked. And so once I put the magnet on it and found where the screw was, I start, cutting it out a little bit so I can put the the drill on and pull. And guess what? It's all nails.
Of course,
every last single one of them are nails. And so I found out some stuff, man. Went down to do some research, man, down to City Building, man. You can find out some information if you really wanted to. They got archive records. So what's interesting is that house is the very same house that I have and I live in now that I had to rehab. And so luckily I didn't have to take down walls to do what I needed to do. I had to take down a couple and put them up, but I actually wasn't in here for that process. I had that done. And so what she had to do that because she had to do wiring inside the wall. She had to replace all of it from the front of the house all the way out to and through the garage. And what she found out is, I don't know if you all, it might be an electrician or somebody in here that knows anything about construction, but she's got bulb wiring. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of that. And so, long story short, what I found out was there's a big series of houses made like this very one I have, and that one that my mother just bought during World War II. And so what they was doing for the veterans through, I don't know, whatever program that was. So when the veterans was coming home from that war, they were setting up housing for our veterans. And just so happened that I'm lucky enough that my uncle was one of those veterans, and this is the house that he had, set up for him by the U.S. military, U.S. government. Same thing my mother just got. And so they made these houses in a certain way. I've been inside probably 15, 20 rebuilds, a part of 15 or 20 rebuilds, just helping out, whoever I can. And I've never once seen a house put together. I'm talking about the structure, the skeleton that you put the drywall on, get put together with nails ever in my life.
Was it individual slats?
And by the way, that's the best way to describe it, Crimson. Knob and tube and knob. That's exactly what it is. But what'd you say, Trips?
Is that like with the slats, individual slats that go down and they're hammered in?
Yeah. That's
like fencing. Yeah.
This is the skeleton. When you take the drywall away, there's a skeleton.
Yeah.
You slap the drywall on the skeleton. You have, all the places and points to put the nails or the screws in.
Back then they wasn't using screws. That was just straight hammers.
Yeah, that was.
But now, Barlissimo, he was cracking on us as a country. We're gonna let that slide. But he did bring up a good point. First he has a good point. He says he's always surprised about the construction methods in the USA compared to the United Kingdom houses. They make doll houses out of stronger materials than your frame and fill stuff. Truth. Totally agree, because the materials that they use in construction over here are not really made to last. But he's also saying you better check those pipes to make sure they're not lead if it's one of those older houses.
That's real. That's very real. He said it wasn't about the country. He said he's talking about craftsmanship. I get that. I definitely get that. And
he's right though. There's just, and it's a regional thing, and it might not even be a country thing. It's like a regional thing in different parts of America. You know what I mean? Different parts of America, there's different types of construction. I know that in Florida, the construction is completely different than in most other places in the U.S., mainly because it's all swampland. So you can't, the foundation has to be different. There's much less 2-floor spots. Like you'll get a 12-story ceiling, like 12-foot ceiling, but you'll get it's wide. You know what I mean? Super wide. It's like a ranch. Exactly. Yeah. One floor, super wide, mad space. It's dope. Canada's I live in swampy Canada, which is kind of like, it's like the cross between the Floridian construction and everywhere else in the United States or North America. We have all that drywall stuff that he's talking about here. We do the same thing, but we also have like a specialized foundation where we can have a basement and have multiple floors, but it's still swampland where I'm at. It's like tundra swampland. It's interesting. But yeah.
Well, so to finish that story. So she called me, and this is post me going over there and finding out how the drywall was put up, just finding an easier way to not be a fucking caveman and be tearing and beating on every goddamn thing. Ended up that's what actually had to happen. And so once she got it all cleared out, got all the walls off top to bottom, out in the garage, everywhere. I sent her an electrician that came over here and done some stuff over here. So when I came over here, I had to go through similar things, and probably did about half the work that she's doing right now in this house. My house is bigger because there's an addition to it. Like the man cave I'm sitting in is an addition to the home. And again, spent thousands of dollars to get this thing where you need it to. You got a house that old, you definitely ain't getting in here and not spending no money. You're gonna spend some damn money on a lot of things, and it's been thousands and thousands of dollars. But anyway, the guy sent her, gave her an estimate to wire the whole house over again with modern wire, and she wanted to charge him $17,000. He wanted to charge him $17,000, and I was just like, really? She's like, I'll call somebody else. And she hired a female that was really, really good, certified, has everything that she needs. That's her trade. And I thought it was cool, the simple fact that she didn't just, be like, it's easy that you can see a man and be like, okay, that man knows what he's doing. She had the fortitude to say, you know what? I believe in this woman. I'm gonna let her get the job. And I thought that was the coolest shit ever. That's the story. And she's gonna do it for like $12,000. I think it's the coolest shit in the world. Like those women are good at their trades too. You just got to be willing to hire.
Yeah. If you can do the work, I don't care if you're man, woman. I don't care what you do. Just be able to do the job.
If boobs come with a $5,000 discount, I'm in as well.
Oh, Lord.
Oh, settle down now. You can't be out there.
That's a $5,000 discount. I wouldn't turn it away.
See, here's kids be out there watching them with his cup of coffee and a joint and a stiffy, And
$5,000 in my pants. I am not complaining by any stretch of the imagination here. I think you've done yourself. Your mom did a super solid move, right? She helped she helped the world, she helped her pocket, and
she just she helped keep your blood flowing.
And it doesn't have anything. My mom. It's a woman, so she doesn't get any value for that. You know what I'm saying? But having faith in somebody that isn't the stereotype, that's great. My mother's always been a forward-thinking woman. That's why I'm a forward-thinking man. So I owe all that to her. So I just love it.
Well, yeah, but also girls gotta stick together, girl power.
All that shit. She's all about that, man. She's a great woman, man. But anyway, man, that was.
How's her hip doing?
She's doing well, man. She's walking around with cane, but she don't really need it.
So she's back at her regular activities, basically.
I ain't gonna say everything regular. She's still, and I had to convince her.
She out there crossing them up on the court or what?
Hey, she'll slap the shit out of you. She'll get in a fight with you now.
Slap the shit at you with the cane.
She ain't playing that.
Snap.
She ain't playing.
Use that thing like a bow staff.
Mother, no joke. She's the oldest of 10, man.
Oh, damn.
She's the oldest of 10, and she's got.
That means she's been somebody's mama for forever.
Yeah, she's been keeping them in line for a minute.
She's been taking care of her brothers and sisters and everybody else in the family for decades, bro.
Man, that's like
always been that one they turn to, man. Leadership, I get it from her, man.
That's what's up.
Big ups to my Auntie Myrna, man. Auntie Myrna, I love you. Just thinking about you right now. She's the same thing, man. She's the eldest, and she just held it down for everybody. Just made sure shit don't crack. She just cracks the whip because she can't. You know what I mean? Like that's the type of person she is.
But you know who y'all both reminded me of in the new school generation? Ben Johnson.
Oh, okay.
The leadership, the cracking the whip, the loving, gentle touch when necessary, the motivation, the encouragement, the education on how things need to work to be successful, the repetition, the patience. Yeah.
All right.
I never seen nothing like him, man. Honestly,
hold your horses. We got all kinds of Bears time to have Bears conversation. Just hold on. But before we get to that, got a couple thoughts about some, it's that time of year for some fall winter food, man. And I got another beef recipe for you all, man. I got this one.
Where's
See
the
what
beef?
you guys think of this. This is beef and barley soup.
Barley soup. Mm-hmm.
There you go, Trips. If you want it, you can have it.
Let's see. What do we got? We got a little beef chuck roast, onion, bell pepper, celery.
My recipe, by the way. This is my
carrots and potatoes, garlic, of course, beef broth, barley, stewed tomatoes, then Worcestershire sauce. Mm-hmm. Let that simmer for about what, 35, 45, 55 minutes?
Same time that you shouldn't go in the washroom after me.
Well, no, but the thing is, if you put that in the Instapot, it'll take like 20 minutes. But if you simmer it on the stove, that takes a little bit longer for those carrots to tenderize.
So my suggestion to anybody that has an Instapot, if that's the way you want to do it, you ain't got time to sit there and let something stew, then that's definitely the route to go. The thing about this one is, when you're doing barley, you're gonna have to make that separately and wait till the right time to put that in there. That's what the white stuff you see is on the top.
Yeah, I was just gonna say barley's a little bit of a thing, It's kind of a thing into its own, but it would provide a whole different flavor profile. So, I would have to test this out. I'd have to try this out. This one.
Let me help you out though, man, because when it comes to a dish like this, I'm not gonna put it in an Instapot. I'm gonna let this simmer, man, because half the game for me is the smell that comes around the house while that shit's cooking.
How long you simmering it?
Oh, I'm gonna let, because it has thick pieces of pot roast in it. So you got, depending on how long you dice that, how small you dice that pot roast up into chunks, or any cheap beef you can find. And it have to be pot roast. That was just what I had, and this is just my recipe.
Man, why'd you do this, man?
What's that?
Damn it!
Now you hungry?
I'm fucking hungry now, man. All I can think of, I'm serious. And I literally just before we came on the show, I just had a thing of yogurt thinking, you know what, I'm good. But now all I can think of is what we call in Jamaica stew beef. It's very similar to what you put on here now. Very similar, minus the barley. And it's one of my favorite meals. So now I got to find myself some stew beef somehow now.
What is barley?
Barley's a grain.
Barley's what beer's made out of.
It's a grain. It's
barley
a grain.
And hops.
It's a grain. You can find it. You can find bags of barley in different places, man. You get it. And the thing is, you cook it and you warm that shit up and you let it sit for a little while, and it gets to where it needs to get to. And then at the very end, when you're getting ready to round that dish off, that beef is tender enough, the vegetables are tender enough, that's when you throw that shit in there to finish it off. And make sure you put those stewed tomatoes in. Those stewed tomatoes and the juices to that.
See?
Like I throw.
I know what you're talking about. I know exactly because that is the secret ingredient to stew beef. No, there ain't no barley in stew beef, but there is stewed potatoes. Stewed tomatoes. Gives it just a slight acidic sweetness. It finds its way into the carrots. Oh, it brings the whole dish together. So I know what you're talking about, Nomad. And damn it, Crimson. Yes, the Canadian is talking food because we have food. Like, imagine this. We also have food in Canada. Would you believe that?
I would add some mushrooms.
Shout out to A-Rod. That's another option there. Shout out to A-Rod. First time ever seeing you in the chat. But welcome to the community.
Came for the trade talks, came for the recipes.
Yeah, I'm looking at here. You can get a bag of organic Italian barley, a 8.8 ounce bag for $4.69. Nice.
Yeah, you can't beat it. It's like rice or anything else grain that you make and put in a soup or whatever you're doing. Same thing. It's got different flavor profile. But what I did is I know it's depending on who you are and how you roll, I poured a little beer in mine. The first time I did it, and my girlfriend didn't even know. She wouldn't have ate it. She wouldn't have touched it. If I told her I poured some beer in there, and it wasn't very much. I just poured it in there, gave it a little mix up, close it for about 20 minutes and then taste it to see what the beer was going to be like once diluted into the stew, right? And it came off pretty good. So that's another little added something I probably should have put on the screen. That's a good little additive in that, man. Beer is got some good flavor profile when you got certain foods.
Man, I'd even throw a splash of soy up in there.
A little bit of salt from that soy would make sense.
Nah, you got the Worcestershire in there. You don't need it.
Man, you find everything with Worcestershire. Like I never use who's your sister. I can't even say it. Who's your sister? I never.
Everything.
The only time I use it is like if I'm really cooking steak. If I'm doing something steak related, I'll throw it in there. But for the most
you make a burger, you better splash some of that up on there.
I never do it. Like I'll do what's the other stuff? Horseradish. Like I'll do horseradish. Yeah, I'll throw some horseradish in there.
A
little bit different.
I achieved the objective, man, because I think Kez really is what he says he is when it comes to soups and stuff like and stews and things like that. I believe him when he says it. And so I knew this would probably tickle his fancy right here, but I got another way.
This is what Crimson's saying. Add Worcestershire to anything beef.
Word, okay. I'm gonna start, man. I'm gonna start messing around.
Yeah, that's true.
Nomad, it's that time. Wait, go back.
Hold on.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead.
Nomad, it's that time of year for a nice hot bowl of chili, man. My grandmother used to make some good chili, man. I miss her and her food.
Man. You know what? Shout out to you, Joseph Archer. Shout out to my homie who passed, Carlos Cortez. He used to make some bomb ass chili, and I won't be having his chili anytime soon. So real talk, I'll have to do a little chili as well in the near future.
Yeah, buddy. As
soon as the heat disappears, as soon as the cold weather really kicks in, we have to get that chili up.
All right, you know what, man? That's coming, man. I'm gonna do some more chili recipes because there's tons of them. Different people make
so many
different ways, but we'll get to some of that. But this is probably.
Wait, how long did you say you simmered that for?
This?
Yeah,
man, about 4.5, 5 hours probably.
Okay, 5
maybe,
hours.
Maybe not that long. More or less 3.5, maybe 4.
All right, so that's that. All day just pot of love.
I was in here working and doing shit, and I was just letting that shit cook up, and you just let it take its time. I just like the aroma in the house. I got an Instapot. I don't need to do that, but I like to put that aroma. That's that love in the building, man. Gotta love that.
Yeah, those potatoes are down there on the bottom, soaking all that beef juice up.
Yep. All right. This is probably my all-time favorite dish in a pot, and it's funny because I didn't always love it. I did not always love it, but this might be my favorite dish in the pot. Navy beans and ham, and there's no guidance necessary for this. Very, very simple stuff right here. Very, very. And so traditionally, in my house, the way I grew up, during holidays, you got turkey being cooked, you got ham being cooked, and that's coming up pretty soon here, depending on what it is, or both of them. And so in my family, nothing goes to waste, bro. Nothing goes to waste. And so when Thanksgiving comes around, once you eat the turkey for Thanksgiving, that carcass ain't going to waste. You're going to have turkey sandwiches. You're going to have turkey salad. You're going to have turkey soup. Until that shit's gone, ain't nothing but bones left. That's just the way we are in my family. Same thing goes for the ham. Now, this dish, you don't have to do it with ham because I've done it both ways. You can do it with turkey, smoked turkey. Any kind of smoked turkey will work just fine in this dish. And so that's why I said no guidance necessary. All you need is a bag, or however many people you got in your house, maybe 2 bags of navy beans, a ham carcass, and some water, and whatever herbs you're going to put in there. Of course, I put almost a whole onion in mine, if not a whole onion, depending on the size of it, and just let that shit cook down. You put, of course, your regular salt, pepper, all the regular seasons you got in your house. But this right here, you can't go wrong. You cannot go wrong. You just let this shit cook, and what's going to come out of there. I know a lot of people who don't like beans, and I don't understand them people. I don't.
That's funny. I've never had navy beans and ham. I have to say, I've never had it. Maybe I'll have to do it. I am a beans guy. I love beans in general. I'm all over beans. So one of these days I'm gonna have to do this.
Oh, dog, you don't know what you're missing.
Beans, that amazing fruit.
You don't know what you're missing. I think Mr. Charles was just in here a couple weeks ago talking about he made a pot of it. Mm-hmm. I know he was stinking.
Well, it's nothing like, especially this time of year, until spring, between the soups, the stews, the chilies, you know, all of those warm, hearty foods that have a lot of nutrients in them, the proteins, the vegetables, the carbs, all in one dish, and it's warm. Because when you're going out, you want to have that fuel inside you. And when you're coming in, you're cold and you want something that's tasty, but will warm you up. So there's so many different beans and combination meats that you can put, you know, whatever you got handy, throw you some beans in that pot, slow simmer it, low seasonings, and enjoy you a pot of that loving. And remember, the Nomad Network sent you.
Hey, I remember a funny conversation. My Uncle Don, man, I was here for the holidays, and he was just like, nephew, you know what? He was like, why are you, and just for the record, man, my uncle think I'm fucking Richard Pryor, Eddie Murphy or somebody. He think I'm just funny, man. Just because of the way I say shit, I just say it, and I don't think too much about it. I just say what the fuck I'm thinking. And he think that's hilarious. And so he tells me, I'm at a family get-together. He's like, nephew, you know what, man? I made a whole pot of beans and ham. And you know what? I'm the only motherfucker in the house that ate it. I was like, what? I said, Negro, why you ain't call me? And he just fell out laughing. I'm like, that's right up my alley, man. He just fell out laughing. But everybody's not a bean person. I wasn't always this. And it took me until I was probably by the time I was 14, football started getting a little bit more serious. You go off to a day of school, you get right off into football practice. And I ain't really eat that much of nothing in the morning anyway. So the only real meal I had was at lunchtime at school. So you burning that shit off real fast at practice. And so when you get home, man, you, like my mom always told me, you eating whatever the fuck I cook, or you go
Mama
home.
used to say.
And this shit was there often when I got home, and I just had to start, and I started enjoying it. You see those pieces of cornbread at the bottom? I even ate that shit. And I'm not that much of a cornbread guy.
But it kind of is, you got to dip it in there and get some of that sauce and that juice up on that cornbread. And this is something that you can eat for breakfast, for lunch, for dinner, for a midnight snack, 3 a.m. At any time. You can eat it cold. It's just something that's just a universal deliciousness.
Kids, when the last time you threw a ham in the oven at your house? A whole ham.
So I'm from Jamaica, right? So we tend to we try to avoid the pig. Yeah, just be honest about this. We attempt to avoid it. There are times when we eat it because bacon is so fucking good. You can't avoid bacon, but we try to avoid the pig. To be honest with you, I usually have ham during the Christmas season. There's usually a ham cooked, and I usually get into a little bit of ham around then. Sometimes at Thanksgiving too, but there was no ham this time around at Thanksgiving, so we didn't get into any ham. I got into a little bit of ham with my sister. I did like a little bit with my sister's scalloped potatoes. My sister makes a dangerous scalloped potatoes, man. So she made that when we did Canadian Thanksgiving just this past weekend. So I had a little bit, but like a full on, spiral ham and all that. Damn,
do me a favor. Next time you go to anybody that you know has a ham, that spiral ham everybody gets from the store, any ham, tell them don't throw that bone out. Whatever's left of that ham, tell them to put it in a bag, Ziploc it, put it in the freezer. I'll come get it. And you just go for
one hell of a trip, by the way, but continue.
Just go for what you know. You're a beans recipe kind of guy. You don't have to do white beans. I like navy beans when it comes to this. You can do your favorite bean recipe and it's all good. Just throw that beans and some of that fat. You know, a lot of flavors in the fat, man. Some of the little fat particles that's on there, a little bit of gristle and tint. I am telling you, kids, just go get that shit. Throw that shit in a pot with your favorite beans and do your favorite seasoning, you know, put together that you had, throw you some cornbread on and boo. I'm telling you, you're a changed man.
Even throw you open up a bag of green peas. Put those up in there. Get your little veggie going on.
The next bean that I would put in there besides a navy bean probably would be, I ain't that big on pintos, but I'll eat them. But I'll probably do a pinto or some kind. You know, if you ever went to the store and got that bean mixture bag where they got all the beans in there?
Yep.
That's probably what I would do if it wasn't navy beans.
For me, it would definitely be kidney beans, man. We call them
do some kidneys.
Red kidney beans.
Yeah. I can do some kidneys. I can do that. That's
or no, there's two different colors of kidney beans though. Red and wasn't it brown?
Red.
Yeah. I prefer the red. It's just like that's down home for me, man. That's what we call them. We call them peas in Jamaica, and I don't know why. I'm not sure. It was funny because as a kid, I went over to my friend's house. And his mom was cooking something like this. She was cooking up some beans, some kidney beans and ham. And I was like, "Oh, what do you making?" And I walked in the kitchen and kind of stuck my hand. It smells good. What do you got? She's like, "Oh, I'm cooking up some beans and ham." I was like, "Oh, those aren't beans. Those are peas." And she looked at me and she was like, "What the fuck are you talking about, kid? You didn't tell me what a bean is. No, those are beans." I'm like, "No, those are peas, ma'am, Miss Walters. Those are peas." So she's like, "So what's wrong with this?" And so she reached up into the thing and she turns it around. Kidney beans. You're gonna tell me that I can't read? Like, this is what I was like, "Oh my God." I went home. I was like, "Mama, I've been eating rice and peas for my entire life. How come nobody told me that they were actually beans?" And she was, "What the hell? Yeah, they're beans, son. They're beans."
Thought you knew.
You know what I mean? We just call them peas in Jamaica. And like the funniest part is like brown peas we call beans.
And you know what? That's just some cultural shit. It's the same damn little product, but that's just the way it is. I like it in Jamaica. I love it here. I love it in Jamaica, actually. And so, yeah, man, this is just good stuff. But kids, I do have a couple other little things before we get to this Bears conversation. So all people that came was been waiting on this Bears conversation, just hang on just a little couple seconds. You're gonna like this too. This is for you, kids. What do you think about this, my guy?
I would drink this. You got that upper in there. Got that tequila upper.
You gotta say what it is first, sir.
All right, so we're looking at a blood orange margarita. Ingredients: tequila. That's a prime ingredient. You gotta have that. Some orange liqueur, some lime juice. This kind of got me written all over it. Blood orange juice and some salt. I'm with all of this. This would have mad citrus flavor, give you that upper from the tequila, kill some of that alcohol with the salt and the blood orange juice just to pull it all together. This has got me written all over. This sounds like something I would drink. I'm gonna have to make this.
It's a winner, huh?
Oh yeah, I have to make this for sure. This has got me. I like a citrus. I like citrus in general. Right, that's just my style. So like a little citrus and tequila thing, keep me up. Let's go. I'm with it.
What you think, Trip?
Yeah, it looks interesting.
That's all you got?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a huge drinker like that. I'll just like drink scotch. So it's like, orange liqueur.
Ain't nothing wrong with no scotch either. Just put that
like blood orange juice is like, It's like I can get tequila, I can drink that. It's like I'm just looking at the ingredients, and it's like blood orange juice. Like, oh yeah, blood oranges. Oh, they make juice out of that too. I didn't know that.
Yeah. It's the same damn thing.
I would sip on it.
Man, listen, I'm probably more trips than I am kids,
really?
But okay. I will. I'm not really a big mixed drink guy, but there's times in certain seasons like now, well, I'll try some shit. I get like somebody will have a party. Hey man, you coming over to? And they got all kinds of different shit that they want to try. Different, people really get into the Halloween spirit. Now this is perfectly, because I like the tartness that comes with. You got the salt around the rim there. You got the blood orange is not, I wouldn't say tart, but it doesn't have the same sweetness as your regular navel orange or something like that. But it's got a certain acidity to it to mix with this that I really, really like. And of course, you put lime juice in anything, it's going to taste a little bit better. I don't give a shit what it is. You put lime juice inside a boot and it might taste better. But I'm just saying, this is all easily gotten stuff. You can go to the store right now and find every.
You know what? I feel that statement in a major way, bro. I really do. Lime juice just ups the ante on whatever the fuck you drink it. It just does.
I know, Joseph. I know. I hear you, kids. I'm gonna get to that in just a second. No, 99 is not the player on the pick. I'm gonna explain that. I'm gonna explain that a little bit later once we get into the Bears conversation about the trade scenarios. I know people were curious about that. No, that is a thought that came to me that I wasn't really thinking about, but I was on Ked's show last night on Superflex, his fantasy show, and Naj said something, Super No Maniac Naj, and I'm just like, you know what? I haven't even thought about that, but later on I'll get into who that player is. Some people that already know who it is, but I'm going to tell you who it is, and it's interesting. I'll just say that. So you got a blood orange margarita. I'm down with this one. This is probably my second best one in this, but this is probably my favorite looking one, and I'm more interested in this just because of how it looks. Kids, what do you think about this, man?
This looks like something more up your alley, though. So this is a zombie apocalypse cocktail. Damn. I'm trying to make it out. You know what I mean? But ingredients: grenadine, pineapple gum syrup. Never heard of that. Tropical passion fruit syrup, Jamaican rum. Well, you got me there. Activated charcoal. Damn. Cinnamon syrup and some more lime juice. You know what I mean? Lime juice got to be in the mix. So, yeah, if you handed me this, I would drink it and then look at you funny and then probably drink more of it. Right? Like, that's probably exactly how this is going down.
You notice the last four things are the best, to me, the best thing in it, because one of them I have no idea what it is, but I can't wait to find out. And that's the activated charcoal. But the last four things in there to do: the Jamaican rum. I love Jamaican rum. Activated charcoal, cinnamon syrup, which I don't know if I've tasted yet, and of course lime juice. That makes everything taste better.
So the pineapple syrup is gonna the pineapple gum syrup. I've never had it, but it's got to be good. Like, it's pineapple, passion fruit as well. A really interesting flavor profile to mix with pineapple. I would enjoy it. Tastes like diabetes. Crimson. You are probably bang on with this. Facts. Well, the grenadine again, interesting flavor profile, but a little bit much for this guy. This sounds hella sweet, and I would be looking for that Scotch with Triple R.
So I want to say this before you go, Triple R. I know you might have a thing or two to say here. I'm looking at the profile of this drink and what it looks like, and the activated charcoal, I'm sure, is giving it the dark color that it's given. That is, depending on how you make this, again, man, it's your own personal preference how you make this. So you can be light on the grenadine and some of these syrups, some of these other syrups that are in here. Doesn't mean you have to go overboard and turn it into what Crimson says. It just says it tastes like diabetes. Because that's a lot of sugar. That is a lot of sugar. All those syrups in there, passion fruit, a lot of sugar. Of course, cinnamon's got a lot of sugar in it. Any of this stuff, this is really all to your interpretation of how strong or not you want something to be. I'm just curious about how the darkening of this charcoal, activated charcoal, I don't even know if I can find that locally, but I'm sure it's probably out there somewhere. But I can't wait to see if I can get my hands on this and how it might spruce up some kind of Halloween drink I want to make.
Yeah, I would. I don't know. If you drink something like this with all of those different sweets in it, it has to be ice cold. Because if something like this gets warm, now you like I'm just sipping on cough syrup.
And it looks ice cold.
You're damn right. Yeah, a lot of ice, man.
Yeah.
So what's your favorite one so far, these two?
Probably the first one, yeah.
Yeah, I like the first one better. Plus, it's this looks like a tall drink. The other one looks like there's a short little bit of citrus that you can bang in.
You know what I mean?
I would probably throw a little. Knowing me, I'd probably throw a shot of vodka or a shot of rum on top of all that because I'm just.
You're gonna make me pull up the Bob Marley.
That's it.
There's a whole drink called the Bob Marley. I'll have to do that later.
Oh, okay, all right.
So I don't know if you know about that, but there's a whole drink.
Well, I know all about Bob Marley, but I ain't drinking.
Bob Marley was never about liquor, as far as anything I've known.
We'll keep that same energy when I bring that.
Well, I'm sure, but every reference that the circles I've traveled in mentioned Bob Marley was never about liquor.
Nope.
I had the same thoughts as you guys until I seen the drink and tasted it, and I'm just telling you, it's a whole vibe. If you like. Let's just say, if you like a good, what do they call that? That iced tea drink.
Long Island iced tea?
If you like the Long Island iced tea drink, you're going to love Bob Marley. I'm just going to say that.
L-I-T.
Okay. All right.
I'm just saying. All right. That's that on this, man. So
Long Island.
That's a zombie apocalypse cocktail, and I spelled cocktail wrong. My fault. Moving through these projects a little too fast.
It's Halloween.
Yeah, man. I had a lot to do, man. So, all right, let's get into this whole Chicago Bears conversation. Let me open my notebook up and start where we need to start. You did have one of you guys had an injury report. Let's just start with that before I get.
I sent it to kids over there.
All right, let me get that live and direct for you.
And then there's a different message there that's weird as hell. You can read that.
I did look at that. I'm not sure what I'm going to do with it. I
know, right?
You know what I'm saying? So here we go. Here's the injury report as it stands right now. Boom. Courtesy of our guy Swifty. This is on his Twitter, but here we go. Bears injury report starting with Jonah Jackson, offensive lineman, didn't practice. He's got an ankle issue. Grady Jarrett is still out with a knee. DJ Moore, hip groin. So DJ was left at the hospital in Washington. He may be out for a little while. He hustled his way through that game, man. Stayed on the field, finished the game, blocked like you wouldn't believe, but he was in pain. Cairo Santos has a thigh still, did not practice. Noah Sewell concussion, so that lick he took during the Washington game was it was significant, man. So he's in the protocol. Austin Booker and Travis Homer, respectively, knee, calf, both full practice. Looks like they're trending up. Hopefully we'll see both of them sometime soon. And that's what we're looking at with respect to the injury report for this week.
I did see something that said Jonah Jackson met with the media today, which is normally a sign of a healthy player, a not injury report guy. So hopefully it's just a rest. We know that Grady's been having that knee issue. So, old man rest week, or is it just old man knee? I don't know. But DJ, Ben Johnson did say that he's day to day, but it's like, hey, go ahead and give him a week off. I think he's earned it. He
deserves it, man. We can load up LB3 if the need be, and Levante is saying that he's back in town. He's back in Chicago now, so give him a little bit of time to nurse that wound, man. He deserves it, I think.
My thoughts about this thing is you just got to know where we are in the season. We're 5 games into it. Guys are going to start. Especially some of the stuff that was happening a little bit before the season even started. So you guys like Grady Jarrett, some of the stuff that's like Austin Booker. Some of the stuff is just really just take care of guys. You don't have to have them out there right now. So do what you got to do to take care of them, and just knowing that you feel good about your team, and there's no need to be pushing anybody to get out there on the field when they're not necessarily ready. So if you need to give them an entire week and just bring them up for the walkthroughs on Thursday, it won't be like they're missing a physical practice on Wednesday. They don't need it. They don't fucking need it. And so just bring them back for the walkthrough on Wednesday, and that's going to probably be a LP, a limited practice. And then you just start boosting them up for the game, getting them ready. And that's what it should look like. There's no need to be pushing guys. Just because you see a DNP doesn't necessarily mean, okay, they're not going to play. Doesn't mean that at all. It's just
it's Wednesday though, right? We still got a couple more days to figure things out. So not too
but looking at the alternatives and just the backup, like Homer and Booker, they were eligible last week, the 21-day window. So they've been ramping up. So it wasn't likely they were going to play last week anyway.
Yeah.
So this week is a more possibility to get, their win, to get the legs under them. It's doubtful Sewell will play this week because of the protocol. That's usually a week, couple weeks, but you get depth at that position with Hippolyte and Jackson, and it helps having TJ back. So, yeah. And Moody was cool in place of Santos. So, we got option there. And like LB3 and Colston can get some of those DJ Moore targets if necessary. And Shamar Turner, they had him at edge, but we got positional players. And if Jackson can't go, throw Newman in there. So there are guys that can handle these positions if these guys can't go.
Yeah. Hippolyte's a big one too, right? You mentioned him. I'm glad you did. He was inactive last week with Noah Sewell going down. I could see him getting a couple more snaps this coming week. So fingers crossed for that. Fingers even crossed harder for Austin Booker. I just can't wait till he gets back on the field and he's able to show what he can do to the world.
Don't look no Crimson. Karan is on IR.
And also, Joseph Archer doesn't look like Newman will make it to the 53 unless somebody, knock on wood, unless somebody gets hurt. That doesn't mean he ain't ready to play. He's just no room for him right now. So
no, he's on the 53, just not active.
I thought he was on the 50.
Oh yeah, my bad. He's dressed, but he probably won't play. He's dressing.
Yeah, because last week he wasn't active at all.
All right.
No reason for him to be active, really.
All right. I remember something, man. There's a certain couple of guys that are co-hosting with me. They laugh at me because it's funny sometimes. But whenever they talk about kickers and punters and stuff like that, I get into a certain way about me, man. I get to, telling you the truth about how I see kickers and punters. What's funny about it is I always tell you guys this, man, but a certain let me just share my screen. A certain running back, he was asked by a certain network, what do you think about your new teammate Jake Moody?
Yeah, today on the sideline, my first time talking to him. Introduced.
He had no idea. He has no idea who's
this homie. What are you doing here?
He has no idea who Jake Moody is.
Hey, what up, dog?
Hey, oh shit, you're kicking today?
Yeah, like, who are you? Who are you, man?
Well, he's looking at him like, you wearing a uniform.
Like, who the fuck is this dude?
That's fucked up. Yeah, but Jake now he'd be like, y'all know my name now though. Shit.
Nobody knows who a fucking kicker is.
No love for the kickers. No love.
I guarantee you he's still walking. This dude's still walking around the building. Those dudes still walking around the building having to show their ID card. Guarantee. They go in the lunchroom with the players and they get up to the line and get something to eat. Like, who are you?
Like, you in the press?
We only feed football players, man. There's a sack lunch over there. Go get you. Nobody knows these dudes, man. That shit was hilarious, man. They asked him, about, how you play about your new teammate Jake Moody and making the game-winning field goal. He was like, who? I just met him on the sideline.
Oh, that's his name? Okay. I just called him 16.
From State Farm?
I just called him 16. I didn't even know his name.
Oh man, that's too funny.
Y'all think I be bullshitting when I be talking about nobody know
Red Baron said he thought Jake was a fan until he boarded the plane. Like, damn, this dude coming with us? Who is he, a new trainer? Who is this dude?
Like, don't nobody know these cats, man. Anyway, man, that just proves my point, man. Don't nobody know kickers. I mean, them motherfuckers be on the sideline smoking cigarettes while we doing football shit out there. Yeah, like who is these dudes over here smoking squares and shit? Oh, that's the kicker and the punter. Oh, fuck. What the fuck they doing out here then? Isn't it watching us sweat and be dogged out? But man, kickers don't mean shit in this world, man.
Hey, as long as he did his job.
Look, he won the effing game. He gave the man a little bit of respect on his name, man. He put up 13, put a whole bunch of points.
His job.
Yeah, sex machine in the building. Sex machine. What's going on? All right, let's get to the first conversation, man. Here's the most important thing that I think we can say. The first most important thing we can say about this. And we said it during the game. And this is why I'm bullish about the Bears, and everything we're going to be talking about tonight is they're now finding ways to win games. And they're proving to themselves that they can do it, which is the most important thing. Because I think we were on the show during the broadcast talking about the effect of Ben Johnson. He has had a big, huge effect. His motivational speeches and all the kind of stuff that comes with that. And I was saying that, all that shit's all fine and dandy. Put that to the side, because at the end of the day, he ain't going on the field and tackling a motherfucker. Guess who is? Those players on the field. Guess who needs to lead those players on the field? The leadership group. And so they are starting to find a way to win games. And I don't care what team you're looking at. Once you start doing that in consecutive games, you're getting something. You're getting somewhere, and it's a real, real positive place, because now you got the win behind you. But that's the most important. There's all kinds of details that we're going to be talking about today, individual play and all that. But the fact as a collective that they are learning how to tough through games and finding a way to make plays to get them dubs, that shit is the most important thing that's happening right now. I don't care what anybody says, it's that part.
It's belief. And this is what we got to at the end of the broadcast after the game. It is belief. My guy slides up in there after slides into the locker room, and I spent a little bit of time just doom scrolling on Twitter, looking at these past Bears coaches and how they give that locker room speech at the end of whether it's a win or a loss or whatever it is. And again, I had to give Matt Nagy a little bit of props, because he wasn't so bad. Club dub, he's lining it up, motherfuckers dancing, all that. It's cool. So I got to give Matt Nagy a little bit of props. But good Lord, some of these other guys, I don't know. Like Matt Eberflus was really bad at this. And in a win, even Yannick Ngakoue came through. He was a homecoming. He was like, yeah, let me take over and give a little bit of love to the team. And even after Yannick spoke, it was just like, yeah, we won, great. Let's get the hell out of here. And that was kind of the end of the thing. When this man slides up in that locker room, bro, and he gives them game balls out, the whole place is live. Like
electric.
You can feel it. Even Ryan Poles has to get up in there too. I've been seeing this week on week. Ryan Poles like, damn it, I'm Bears on 3. 1, 2, 3 Bears. You know what I mean? Like he's in there, man. Everybody's in there. Everybody's feeling it, and it is an electric thing that I wouldn't trade for anything. That just proves that it's galvanization of the entire team. They're together and they believe in each other, and that's why they won these past 2 games. Period. They put the work in on the field. That goes without saying. But at the end of the day, it comes down to, do you believe that you can win? Like that block 2 weeks ago, that was straight up just belief. We believe, we worked on this thing. We believe we can get to where we need to get to and put that and knock that thing out of the sky. And they did it. And this week was very similar too.
I think kids, you know the cool ass thing about that?
What?
From what I know, man, once you've gone past that threshold of, I haven't really been on too many teams that the coaches needed to really, really energize the group. When they do it, it's great, but you don't really need them for that. It's us. You know what I mean? It's about us, and
it's usually the players doing that. Yeah. I know what you mean.
They've crossed that threshold now. And what you just got through describing is the epitome of it. You're finding ways to come through and make plays in moments. That's just player shit. That's just the guys out there knowing what they're capable of, believing in what they've been practicing, and going out there and executing and getting the results that they practice for. And so that's all they need. That's all they don't need nothing else. All they need now is health and some good sound coaching behind that and some good front office help we'll talk about later on, and some possibilities with trades. But that's all they need, man. This team, like, I don't know if I've been as giddy about a team as I am about this one right now, because it's happening at the right time. They're still learning. They're still learning as they're starting to get to that point. But the next thing I wanted to talk about was how well this D-line. Trips, did you get a chance to even speak to that? My fault. About the first topic, about them finding ways and just believing in themselves and proving shit to themselves.
Oh yeah, I kind of skirted around it earlier, but yeah, that once that faith and trust and belief is developed within the coaching staff, the team with the staff with the team, they're going to be able to communicate on a better level and now get to playing football, as opposed to getting to know all about you kind of process. And that can't happen during the off season. So you need to have live reps, live game situations to see how people act and react under pressure. And then you have to learn how to not only Ben Johnson learning how to deal with all the personalities on this team, players and coaches, but learning how to be a head coach himself. So all of this is taking time, but we're seeing that the process of how it's being made, how the sausage is being made, if you will. And right now it's, back-to-back 1-point wins, with identical scores. It was not a well-played game on all three phases by any means. So there's still a lot of meat left on that bone, if you will.
By the way, By the way,
so
you had a question while all that was going on. Here it is.
What was that? When was the last time the Bears beat the Saints? What the fuck do I look like, almanac?
I just so happened to see a video earlier today. I actually know the answer to that. It was 2000.
Really?
Yeah, it was 2008.
2008.
It's been that long since we beat the
It doesn't mean anything to me, though.
Well, it's not like we play them often, though, either.
Doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean anything whatsoever.
2008.
Let me ask you.
I've seen every game since the 70s, but stats and remembering stuff and no. I don't. I was there. I lived it. I saw it. Yeah, now that's gone.
Let me ask y'all a quick question, man. Do y'all think Eberflus could have pulled off these last two wins?
Hell no. For one reason, well, hold on. Let me count the ways. How do I love thee? All right. For one, there had to be good clock management. And there was both of that in both halves of the game by this coaching staff.
Yeah.
And second of all, on defense, pressure needed to be dialed up occasionally. Right. And Dennis Allen did it. The Flus wasn't doing none of that. So, yeah, those are two reasons right there. Go ahead, Nomad. Clean up.
I ain't got nothing. You know the answer to that. This defense too goddamn weak, and he would have gave it up. But, hey, Cornell Bryant asked, he says this to me. He says, hey, Nomad, this game worries me. My only question to you is, if you put history aside and what since they haven't won since 2008, you put that to the side, just give me one good reason why you would be worried about this game. I know the whole trap game scenarios and stuff.
There's reasons here. There's some reason.
I don't see it.
Spencer Rattler.
He's starting to come up, man. Kid's starting to come up.
Alvin Kamara
can run that rock. So can Kendre Miller. They can both. They're both seasoned on the ground. They're doing quite well together.
But they're having some serious offensive line problems, though.
I was gonna say their offensive line ain't great. They do have Chris Olave, who's playing very well, right?
Wide receiver, yeah.
So there's ups and downs here, man. I'm gonna say, as much as it might sound to some people like this is a walk in the park, and other people, who are looking at that stat y'all just brought up that we ain't beat them since 2008, which is just wild.
17 years.
I think that, you know what I'm saying? That's a pretty crazy stat. I think so. I think it'll be a good game, but what I'm gonna say is something me and you said on Monday night, and that was Trip. That was that Ben Johnson is starting to just destroy narratives, and that's what I think is going to be the legacy of this year. I think we're going to look back at this year and go, oh wow, like all the BS narratives are just dissolving. They're disappearing. He's destroying them.
And Ben Johnson came in and said, fuck that shit.
1,000,000,000%. And he said it last week about Bears can't win after the bye. Bears don't win after the bye week. Well, guess what? Hold my fucking beer, y'all. Hold my beer. We're going to go kill that shit. What's next? Oh, we ain't beat the Saints in 17 years? Let me just go and run all over, steamroll this idea. So
I would say this, man, and this is to you, Cornell Bryan. This is my honest take on it. Number one, here's the key to I know Spencer Rattler has been playing a couple of pretty good games. Here's our advantage. Number one, savvy defensive coordinator. Two, he's a young quarterback, and he only put together a couple of good, decent games. Number three, we have a savvy, mature back end. And I'm talking about from the linebackers on back to the secondary. These guys will make plays. They will trick bag him. He won't have the kind of success in the air against this. I think because we sit here and we break down Bears so much, I think some of the things about the Bears defense and the players that they have on defense, it gets kind of kicked to the wayside because we was worrying about how good it is. Listen, we got veterans back there. We got veterans back there that know what they're doing. And I'm telling you, Spencer Rattler is going to run into a buzzsaw this week. This is a very veteran group, man, up front and on the backside. And so I'm just telling you right now, Spencer Rattler, if he ain't on his A+ game and throwing everything up and away from these guys, they're going to step in there. They're going to take that ball away from him twice in the air, at least. Twice. I guarantee you that. And hopefully we can get some sack strips and some stuff like that, maybe a fumble or so. But I'm telling you, if I'm Spencer Rattler, this is probably one of the worst kinds of defenses as I'm trying to ascend to where I want to get to as a quarterback on this team. This is probably damn, man, they got some dudes that can move. We got a fast, fucking quick ass defense, man. And they're gonna break on those balls that he's throwing. So if he ain't dot ass on, we're gonna take those balls away.
That's saying a lot. So this turnover game that we're putting together here this season, apparently it's number 2 in the league. If that's sustainable, if they can continue this type of trajectory, good luck to any team we're up against. If we can pull up 2 to 3 turnovers a game, that's a problem for the NFL. I mean, I don't know how else to say that. 3 turnovers in a game, you should win that football game. I don't care who you are, right? So let's continue that. Let's start capitalizing on those turnovers that much more. And it's that's a real issue, y'all. That's a problem for anybody that they're playing against. In this case, Spencer Rattler. I'm under the impression there's like a little bit of a Spencer Rattler, Caleb Williams thing. I think he took his job at some point.
Yeah, college. They were at Oklahoma State together.
Yeah.
It was Rattler's job, and Caleb came in and was like, "Give me that starting quarterback job. That's mine now."
Once we get to the offense, Terrence Williams, I'll break down why that is not. Now, I do think the way Ben Johnson schemes up this offense, he's going to get some chunk plays off him, but this defense can apply pressure.
They can apply. What? Hold on. Oklahoma, not Oklahoma State. My bad. Which defense are we talking? We're talking about the Saints defense or the Bears defense right now? The Bears defense, right?
He was talking about, everybody's talking about Caleb was going to put up 40 points in the air and throw for all these yards, and 40-10. And Saints, even though it's not led by Dennis Allen, the guy that's coaching it, they're in a 3-4 now. So what they do well is mix the pass rush with coverage. And so it's just, you have to see it on tape. Maybe I should have pulled some shit up, but I didn't expect this question. But yeah, it ain't gonna be easy. But the way Ben Johnson schemes the stuff open, if they can get the pass pro that they need, he'll be able to throw for some decent yardage against those guys. He just had
to. One thing that we have seen every game this season were wide open receivers. Now, it doesn't mean that, the ball always got to them or the protection held up long enough for the ball to get there or they caught him, but the guys have been open. And, that's scheming. That's Ben Johnson's offense. So that won't be a problem. It's just the protection. It's the accuracy of Caleb, and it's the hands of the receivers. If everybody executes properly, I don't see any reason why this offense won't continue to, put up, at least 21 points, of course, with the help of the defense. And on the defensive point that I was going to bring up was defensive line coach Garrett has figured out a way to get stunts and things going, along with Dennis Allen's overall schematic defense. But then the factor of Al Harris, and that every staff he's been on, their secondary flourished with interceptions. So his what he's doing back there and just as a staff as a whole is a beautiful fucking thing.
Yeah, what we're talking about is the D-line and how the D-line probably set the whole table up for everything that happened in the game defensively for us. Because the difference I saw on film, it was let's just start with the defensive line, because the linebacker is a whole other story. But the defensive line, you just saw like if I showed you the difference between the Detroit game, let's say the Detroit game and this last game, them and their ferocity of getting off blocks and their urgency to get off blocks. We're talking about a second and a half, just like that. You got to fight to get off this thing because you're getting pushed. They're getting off the line before the offensive line is getting off the line. Boom, they're making contact. They're getting a pushback, getting a knockback, and then getting off of those blocks and making a play on the ball, allowing those linebackers, which we're going to talk about a little bit later. The difference was the defensive line. I'm talking about Javon. I'm talking about Big Bill. I'm talking about whoever they had in there, Chris Williams, even Shamar at times. And then you start adding in Montez Sweat and Dio. Man, I'm telling you, as a collective, it finally looked like everybody was singing on the same frequency. That's what it looked like. It didn't look like individuals out there. It looked like everybody was on the same song. They were singing it at the same time. All the notes were perfect. Everything was right. And so the big difference was how many times that defense was able to either turn the ball over, get them off the field. It was the defensive front, man. It was the defensive front. I'm telling you. So as bad as we've been giving them shit, it came together. And I've been warning people like, hey, don't get too happy with talking shit about these guys. It's going to get better. They're learning, man. They have to learn. And so the more you know, the faster you play. And so you didn't see a lot of thinking out there. It was dudes just being real urgent and being real decisive. Get it up into this dude and get off this block and make a play on that ball. That's what you saw.
Can't argue with any of that because that is what I saw. There was a fair amount more pressure this time around than there has been in the last few games. And the thing about the pressure this week was that they had to respect Jaden Daniels' ability to break fool on the ground. Like they actually did. And there's a few times where I saw Montez Sweat get real close and applying that pressure. And the moment that Jaden Daniels sort of stepped into the pocket, he switched it up. You know what I mean? He doubled back, which is good. Again, he's getting off the block, getting back into the play. You know, we'll see how things continue on from a defensive perspective with regards to those guys up front, with Grady out and you know, the one thing I will say is I'd like to see a little bit more from Javon. But he was getting up there too this week, and so was Shamar. They had Shamar kicked out to the edge in some capacity, and they're doing some stunts. I appreciated what they're trying to pull off here, but one more time, man, I can't wait to see it with a little bit of Booker.
Man, it was a lovely thing with there was one play where Deo was keeping his edge, and it was like a play action or something, and he didn't bite, and he stayed out there, and Daniels was trying to run that way, and he had nowhere to go. It was just beautiful the way he kept his positioning and kept his leverage. It was nice to see Montez Sweat being active. I mean, he's not a sack guy, but he's right there every time forcing the issue. You know, he's getting hands in the passing lane. He's getting hands on balls. No Diddy. It's a lovely thing. Shamar Turner is working into the system. He's learning. But Dollar Bill and Chris Williams together there in the middle, that's a formidable front because that's a lot of tonnage to run through.
It's helping with the run, man, for sure.
Yeah. Sure. And then, you know, Big Dex, he's still doing this thing quietly, but he's doing his thing. So it's like the defensive line still needs a little more something, you know, maybe Austin Booker can provide that. But hey, let's not get too far away without saying Dom Rob is out here doing it.
Oh, you know what? Yeah, sorry. Before you go, yeah, Trip, I have to double down on what you're saying. Dom Rob had a fantastic game this week, man. Young man deserves a little bit of applause. He does. He had a good game.
Hey, Trips, I want you to just think back, you and Kids, just for a second. Remember at the pregame before you guys took over and started announcing the game, one of the things I said was, got to rush to contain this guy, talking about Jaden Daniels. And what you just described about Dio, talking about how he could have probably peeled and really came after him, but he came under control because he knows how this dude can hurt him. He can hurt him with his legs and his arm. And, you know, so that's what you just got through describing. They was under control. They had a plan. It's like you telling your edge rushers, okay, I want you to rush up to this depth, and I want you to rush with this angle. I want you to keep your eye on the quarterback, and I need you, you know, if you get parallel with this guy, this is what I need you to expect to happen. He might try to throw it over your head. Get your hands up. You know, if you don't get no more than parallel about this guy, because you might have to come down and try to get him from escaping out. Those are the kind of the pass rushing rules you got to have for him. Once you get parallel to him, then you got to probably start working your way back down a little bit in case he skirts out that edge, right? In case he skirts right past you, right up underneath you, you don't want to get a little too high and get kind of behind him and try to rush him that like that. That's what you just got to describe him with Dio. They rush with containment and under control, and they was able to control this guy with his legs and some of the screen game that he wanted to get up.
He stayed at home.
I'm glad you brought that up, because that's probably one of the keys to the game as well, how they rushed him.
Yeah, they did not get flushed out very frequently in this game, and under the same pretense, we didn't see Jaden Daniels just chewing up yardage on the ground. So
well, you know, every now and then, but it was overall, you know, they get paid and they practice too, you know. So the chess game between the coaches with the play calling. You know, when to bring the blitz, when to have the contain rush, when to have the rush. But then, you know, I'm sure the next topic will be, you know, the next level back, because also helping control the run were those damn linebackers filling those holes.
That's the next part, Tristan. You just brought it up. You just brought me to the next point. Because of how well and how aggressively the defensive line played the front, it was able to free the linebackers up to really, really do their job in the run fits. It made them, that's a linebacker's dream, to get a defensive front in front of them to help them play clean, where they can solo out a runner and just get on him and put him on the ground. In other words, when you have offensive linemen that have their hands full with the defensive front, how can they get up there and start getting in the faces of linebackers? They're too busy trying to stop the guys up front. They ain't got time to be fooling with the linebackers because they got their hands full. And so TJ and Tremaine probably had the best game as a duo that I've seen in Chicago so far. They were on shit. And I mean, when I say on shit, I mean on shit. They had a great game. Fitting the run, defending the pass, everything was good. Everything was good. So I got to make sure I shout them out, man. TJ and Tremaine had a monster game.
Mm-hmm. And also give a shout out to Sewell. You know, before he took that forward shoulder to the head, he was out there playing too.
Yeah, they were. The run fits were awesome, man. Tremaine playing the the will linebacker. He was fast to everything. Anything going outside, Tremaine had his face in it.
Well, that's what I watch that phrasing. I want to ask you, then, Matt, since you watched it, I noticed that they were, when Sewell was still playing earlier in the game, it would be Sewell in, then Edwards in, and Tremaine would stay in. How did you see that they were being deployed position?
There times where all three of them were on the field too.
Depending on formation. When they were predicting, they were trying to predict early formations, and if they had a heavy tight end front out there, they left base personnel out there. We're talking about when Washington had, extra tight ends on the field and things like that, or a fullback or something like that. Then they would leave. The Bears would be in base personnel. You would see Noah Sewell out there with the duo of linebackers. And other times they were predicting that they wouldn't put him on the field. And so it was early. They knew that the Commanders would attack them on the ground. We were second to last in the league, or dead last in the league in defending the run. So they knew that the Commanders would come out heavy trying to pound the ball. And so they started off the game. Remember, that was Noah Sewell out there the very first play or two. And so they were prepared for that. So you're gonna put extra tight ends out there. You're gonna put a fullback out there. We'll stay with our base personnel. And that's an extra linebacker. And so that was just, they was intent on making sure these dudes didn't rip them up in the run game. They made sure of that.
So TJ was middle?
TJ was a middle linebacker, yeah. He's green dot.
Okay.
I kind of like it better. You know what I mean? I kind of like it better that way, strangely enough. There was one facet of the defense that confused me a little bit this week. I don't know if you got the opportunity to take a look at it, Nomad, but what were your thoughts on Kyler Gordon this week?
Well, they played. Here's an interesting thing about some of the stuff they did when they had to have it downs. They played a bare front. What's a bare front? It's almost like calling if you put a 6-man front in front of a quarterback. So you got 4 down linemen, right? Or 3 down linemen, and then you got another 3 guys on the line of scrimmage. That's kind of a bare front. When you got more than 5 guys on the front, that's a bare front. I've seen a lot of that. And a lot of Kyler Gordon's assignment during certain situations was for the run fit, early downs and things like that. Third downs, he was typical Kyler Gordon in coverage. But, nothing really special. They didn't blitz him as much as I thought they would. They used Jaquan Brisker a little bit more than Kyler when it came to that.
I noticed Nick McLeod was on the field a lot as well.
I think it was just something happened a couple plays in a row where he wasn't on the field. And he came right back on because we was talking about it live, and I thought he was out for the game. I was just like, watch this, monitor this, because Nick McCloud's out there. But he came back like 2 plays later. So probably had to get a breather or something.
Mm-hmm. And then also, what was Jackson? He was out there for more than special teams linebacker.
That's because Noah got hurt.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he was.
That's right. Hippolyte wasn't active.
That's right.
Yeah, he was the replacement linebacker for whoever went down. I'm pretty sure, like, if Tremaine would have got or TJ would have got hurt again, knock on wood, it would have probably been Tremaine going to middle, and then it would have been DeMarco Jackson go to Will. So his opportunities is probably just strong. And then if you need to go in for Will, I doubt if he plays middle linebacker, but I'm sure he could if he needed to. I'm pretty sure they cross-train him.
All right.
Nice.
Yeah. I'm just checking on Kyler. Like I'm looking at his snap count for the game. He got 39 snaps, which is a fair amount of snaps, man. Like I thought if I felt like it was less, there was a couple of times where he got burned, including for that touchdown.
That was good coverage, man. It was just a perfect throw and catch.
Right coverage. It was a nice throw.
It was perfect coverage.
Okay. All right. It was a nice throw. I'll give him. I'll definitely give it, and it was just as nice a catch. But yeah, I just felt that he was maybe a step behind coming into the game. But my thoughts is now that he's got his feet wet again, he should be fine this coming week. So I also wanted to give a little bit of props to Nick McCloud for really holding it down, given the snaps that he got. Like Nick McCloud played a really good game on Monday night as well. So
hey, kids, if you stuck me with Truth Serum, those plays that Kyler came out and then he came back in, the Truth Serum would tell you that Kyler he ain't played enough football in 4 games.
Yeah, that's exactly why exactly why I wanted to bring him up, and I kind of felt that he was a little bit rusty,
getting his wind, getting his legs.
A little bit rusty coming back.
You can only do so much when you're not playing real football, man. All that bike training and all the other shit they have you doing, that's training, but it ain't football training. And
for somebody as athletic as him, that ain't nothing. You know what I mean? Like
you run down the field 40 or 50 yards with a receiver 3 times in a row. I don't give a shit who you are. You're gonna be
I need a blow, coach. Yeah, man, let me get that oxygen real quick.
Yeah.
Hey, but now since we're working our way back through the defense, and I see the chat here, the No Maniacs and Super No Maniacs and soon to be No Maniacs and Super No Maniacs. Nahshon Wright, he's so mercurial because he's on again, he's off again, he's getting beaten coverage, he's making plays, he's getting confused, he's biting on, what he shouldn't be biting on. The communication with him and Byard can be, a little bit better. Is like, what do you think about Mr. Nahshon Wright there thus far?
I thought he played a pretty good game. He had a couple of, just normal football plays where you could have played something a little bit better if you could do it all over again. I thought he played a damn good fucking football game. He looked like a starter out there this week, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, I wouldn't say all of those that. I wouldn't say all of that.
Of course
I would. No, here's what I'm gonna say. So he's kind of had a bit of a rough go these 5 games.
Well, hold on, kid. Before you go there, the first thing to note is they were attacking him for pretty much 3/4 of a game.
Where I was going, brother.
They didn't throw the ball at Tyreek Stevenson, so he got the workload. And so I'd say he performed damn good under those circumstances. That's why I say he had a good ass game.
Okay, so that is a fair way of looking at it. At the same time, I was going to say exactly that. He was very specifically targeted, and expect that to continue. They're going to target the number 2 wide receiver and number 2 cornerback moving forward, just because they can. It makes perfect sense. It's what they did to Tyreek last year and the year before. So don't be surprised if that continues on.
I got a question, kids. Does it say? I think it says more about Tyreek Stevenson in his play recently than it does about Nahshon Wright. He got attacked, and he had to play a lot of football and do a lot of running, a lot of coverage. It says a lot more about Tyreek Stevenson than it does about the workload that Nahshon Wright got. He was up and he was down. But I think overall he performed well for a backup, man.
So it does speak volumes about the talents of young Mr. Stevenson and whether they wanted to test him yesterday, right? Sorry, test him on Monday. They did not want to test Tyreek at all. I think there was one throw to Deebo Samuel. He caught it, but it wasn't for all that much yardage. Tyreek got in there, got that tackle. But back to Nahshon Wright. Nahshon Wright, unfortunately, was the recipient of 2 sketchy calls as well.
Yeah.
And that's part of the reason why I'm sitting there saying, like, it wasn't a great game for the kid. What was great is that despite being targeted all night, despite getting a couple of sketchy, questionable calls levied against him, he saved the game.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like it's important to for me to say that, right? Like he saved the game on Monday night by getting that fumble recovery and being Johnny on the spot, as my guy Triple R said at the time. That flipped the field, and we were able to turn this into a W. And it has a whole lot to do with just good old redemption and getting your eye on the ball and getting to it, right? So big ups to Nahshon Wright, even though, again, in my opinion, he's got a little bit of growth to accomplish, and I'm sure he will. But he redeemed himself for sure. If there was any level of shaky play that we might have saw, or any level of, if either one of those penalties were truer than they seemed to be to me, he was able to redeem himself at the end of the game. And when he did, it resulted in a Bears W.
If y'all don't mind, let me answer this quick Cornell Bryant question. He says, no matter how you think Kyler performed the other night, I think he was off. Probably not in game shape yet. The last part, definitely the last part, Cornell. And to be honest with you, I was a little bit more impressed with him than I thought I was going to be, because I thought he was going to be a lot more sloppy than he was. Anytime you're missing that much football and he ain't in great shape football-wise, I expected him to be a lot more sloppy on his technique. There was one play in particular, a guy got an angle. I think it was an angle route or a slant route. I can't remember what the route was, but Kyler definitely would break on a route like that a whole lot quicker than he was. He got caught flat-footed, and that's kind of where the sloppiness comes in that I was expecting to see as a cornerback. It's just like footwork, technique stuff you work on, but in a game situation when you're dealing with fatigue and all the stuff that comes with playing a game, you start to break down a little bit. Your technique ain't exactly as the way you practice it because you got fatigue to add into that. So I expected him to be a little more sloppy, but he was more clean than even I expected him. So he was in a little bit better shape than I thought, but he wasn't in the best shape. That is obvious because you'd have never saw Nick McCloud out there.
Nick McCloud would never have made it back on the field, right? If he was really, really playing up to snuff. Same token, I think, just going to say this out loud as well, I think Nick McCloud been playing some real good football in that nickel position. He's been playing ain't nobody talking about Nick McCloud while the football game is on. You know what I'm saying? Nobody's talking about him because he's doing the damn job. It's quiet as kept. Nick McCloud is actually playing that nickel position very well. Got to put it out. And you've been bigging him up, and I was like, I don't know, man. Can't wait to see Kyler Gordon back out there. But after, not this week, but the week before, and I was watching him, and I was like, whoa, yeah, man. Ain't nobody talking about this guy because it's quiet as kept in that nickel.
Hey, Beatrice was making a damn good point because I'm glad you brought that up because I don't know if I would remember to say that on the show, but Kyler definitely has muscled up and put another few extra pounds on him. He's definitely packed on some muscle. I saw that in the interview he was doing with somebody from Fox, and I also noticed it in the game, man. He's definitely muscled up a little bit, and he needs to play that spot that he's playing, man. You got to look like damn near a linebacker, and that's damn near what he looks like right now. Yeah, notice that the next time we watch a game, watch how more muscular Kyler Gordon looks, man. He definitely has put on a few pounds. I don't know, depending on it's hard to maintain that muscle mass during a season. He's just now playing. He didn't get to play those first few games, his first four first 4 games, and you can obviously see the difference. I don't think he'd be that big as he was Sunday if he played the first 4 games, because it's very hard to maintain muscle mass during the season. But let's see if he can keep that weight that he put on him, packed on him. But it's going to be hard, man, because it's a very, very strenuous job as far as that goes, man. It's hard. You're burning fat and protein just constantly, man. So we'll see. But he does look bigger, 110%.
It's probably that Viking diet he's on, that Nordic diet, because you see the way he be dressing before the games, wearing the for some yak that he had, made into a hat and matching vest. Do that thing, Spidey.
Bear Truth 9 says he's wondering if it was extra weight and just not need. How much of it was extra weight and not needed? It didn't look like bad muscle. It didn't look like bad body weight to me. And
you mean like he put on 5 or 10 pounds of flab kind of thing?
You sometimes you don't see it, but sometimes you can look at a guy's structure and tell where he put the weight on, and that's how you know if it's bad weight or not. Like, I can see the weight in his arms, I can see the weight in his legs. I mean, I see it around his neck, and those are good places to add weight. And if it's bad weight, it's usually around your midsection and lower. I didn't see it there. Just for the record. But all right, so here's something I just definitely want to point out, and we can talk about this as much as we want. But I think outside of the part of why we've won 3 consecutive games, and I don't know if anybody here would disagree with me. There's also, reasons to tout the offense and what they've done at times, but I think the defensive takeaways have been the key. The defensive takeaways, giving this offense extra opportunities to score the ball, have been the difference. Anybody want to agree with it? Go right ahead.
Oh, yeah. I can't. You won't hear any arguments from me.
Yeah. I mean, the takeaways stop the other team from scoring and give the ball back to, the offense. So, yeah, I mean, without those takeaways, I don't think, we have these victories.
Yeah. Defense. It wins games. And if that's not the truth, I don't know one, if I've ever heard one or seen one. Defense won these games. Offense did their job. It was our biggest question mark, through the first 4 games. Can this defense give us what we need? And at times they have done just that. No matter how bad they played at times, they turned that ball over enough times to give us offensive opportunities we wouldn't have had. You just look at the last game. Just look at the last game. That was the epitome of defense doing their job, and their only goal is to get a team off the field or turn that ball over and give it back to the offense. And we're what? Either first or tied with first. My understanding is we're either first or tied with first in the league in takeaways. That's huge. That's huge. You win in the turnover margin and you lead in the league in turnovers, and you in that category, dog, you're going to win a lot more games than you probably shouldn't have, just because of that factor right there.
If it's sustainable, man, it's a problem for the NFL. Like I was saying earlier on, if you can sustain that type of clip, 2 to 3 turnovers per contest, and then figure out how to actually capitalize on it and score points. Oh boy, man, I don't know how you beat that.
All right, let's go to the offensive side of the ball and some of the things that really, really stuck out to me. And the first things are really, really obvious, and that was how well the question mark, the bookends, the tackles, how were they going to perform? We knew we had an injured Darnell Wright. We're going to isolate him in just a second, but the combo of Theo Bernadette and Darnell Wright, I thought personally, okay, what I saw on the surface while we was watching the game, I was just like, Theo Bernadette is playing. Oh, he's playing well. Like, oh, he's handling it. So I thought when I went to the tape, Kez and Trips, that I would see something counterclockwise to what I saw on film, but I didn't. One of the nuanced things that I noticed on tape was the way Ben Johnson structured that game plan was to make sure that those guys did not have to protect long. That's one of the ways you can protect your offensive line if you feel like you got a little weakness or two, is make sure you're not in a 7-step drop or not too many 5-step drops. And that's just more time for the offensive line to have to protect. And immediately talking about Theo Benedict and Darnell Wright with a hurt arm. And so what he did was narrow down the drops that Caleb had, got the ball out of Caleb's hands pretty quick. Rarely did you see Caleb in a long, I don't think I've seen a 7-step drop, but I might be mistaken, but it was no more than a 5-step drop, get the ball out, right? 3-step drop, get the ball out, or a quick, wide receiver screen, whatever it was. Those two guys didn't have to block for extended periods of time. And that helps the offensive line, right? And so that was one of the neat things that I saw in the game plan was, okay, we believe in Theo Benedict. We know we have an injured Darnell Wright. What do we do with this game plan to make sure we don't stress those two guys too much? And that is what I'm talking about, making sure the drops aren't too long and the quarterback isn't holding the ball too long to stress out the tackles or the interior. But those guys played a really good football game, but credit to Ben Johnson for scheming it up in the way that he did, where he didn't overstress those guys.
Caca! Anyway, that's all I gotta say, man. My boy came out there and he opened the run game up, man. That's what I'm trying to say. That's what I have to say here today. We did not have a run game last week, nor did we have one the week before that. We've been talking about changing out everybody in that damn room. And out of the woodwork comes the Canadian Eagle, and all of a sudden the running game flies. There it is, man. There was a shout out to Adam Hogan and the guys at CHGO. He pulled up a stat a couple of weeks ago that sort of broke down rushing attempts for the Chicago Bears from left side, in between the tackles, in between the guards, and then outside. And only one of those areas was green, and it was outside to the right with Darnell Wright. What we saw yesterday was you can do what you're doing on the right and have success on the left too, on the outside. You can do it in between Joe Thuney and Theo Benedict. You can do it between Jonah Jackson and Darnell Wright. There is some levels of success that we're having. It's not necessarily north-south rushing, and that's fine too. But DeAndre Swift put up somewhere near 160 odd yards, not just on the ground but also in the air. He became a threat, and if we can make that run game a situation that Caleb Williams and the offense can lean on, that's all you need. Like that's the missing link, man. We have the wide receivers, we have the tight ends. Caleb has time. If you can rely on the check down, if you can rely on the run game to get you 4.5, 6, oh man, if that's sustainable, again, there's going to be some wins here in Chicago. There's going to be a couple more wins, y'all.
Man,
yeah, it's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing to see that it's not, disparaging Braxton Jones, but just the solidification of the offensive line looks so much more better with Canadian Eagle out there. And it's to the point that it's like, all right, the issue really wasn't the tackles, it was more interior, more Jackson Dahlman kind of area on the pass protection at least. But then in the run game, there were guys pulling, left, right. They were getting to the, right on the edge between, the tackle and the guards. And they were having success with that because the offensive line in the run game, they were moving people off the ball and they were getting after it and being aggressive doing it.
So are the like, just to layer into the run game, the wide receivers were getting theirs too, man. With respect to the blocks, they were getting theirs too. It was very helpful. Everybody was putting in work. but damn it, it worked.
Yeah. I mean, it was Theo just put it in sync.
I would just say this, man, and this is something I've been trying to stress the entire first few games, and everybody was just like, man, we got to do something. I'm just like, dude, these guys have to learn to play next to each other. They have to learn how to play next to each other. Individually, they will play even better once they learn how to play to the next guy. It's just time on task, man. That's all it is. It's just, a guy's individual weaknesses are going to show up one way or the other at some point. I don't care who it is. Even Joe Thuney is going to show some signs at times. But the more these guys play together, it's less about the individual, you guys. It's less about one particular person and how well he plays. It's more about the cohesion of the unit. And they're just now starting to, and I'm not taking anything away from Theo Benedict. He played his ass off. And my hope is that he continues that so he can stack more and more games on top of that, because you can have a good outing and then next week you struggle and start going back to different things that you had, have flaws at. Hopefully that's just something that they can, make sure they rub those kinks out in practice. And by the time we see him on the field, he's executing with the rest of his offensive line. And so what I saw was really, really encouraging, man. And that guy deserves all the credit in the world, man. And he played his ass off. But the key thing to it all, before we get out of this Bears conversation, is I'm going to say this, and let's see if people argue with me. The Bears, for once this year, for the first time this year, dominated in the trenches on both sides of the ball. Any arguments?
Definitely not on the offensive side.
I heard crickets.
Yeah, I don't know about dominated, but they were better. They were much better.
I think they were dominant on both sides. And I 100% think that. Now, that went from, especially on the defensive front, that went from being okay, like you talking about, Trip, and playing better. This went from that to these motherfuckers was owning those guys up front, man. They was owning that offensive line. They were owning them. Anything that Dennis Allen got to a point in that game, you can tell, especially around, I'd say about half to 3/4 of a way into it. It was kind of like what Trips is kind of saying is like, oh, they playing good, but is the coach really feeling like he wants to call up all the shit he has in his bag? Later on into that game, you definitely seen that Dennis Allen got way more confident. He was dialing it up, and he was getting the results from it. But, that being said, but it was both sides of the trenches. That's how you win football games, and that's how you win football games consistently, is you dominate, you impose your will on the other team in the front on both sides of the ball, and you saw it. I'm eager to see if they can do that again. If they keep stacking games like that in the trenches, they're gonna turn into a wood chipper down the line, man. Because they're gonna expect that they can do that to whoever. That's dangerous, bro.
No argument for me, man. Like I say, personally, I'm not going to use the D word for the defense yet. Offense looked. Offensive line looked something special this week. I do have to say. So let's see if that continues. And I don't really need them to be super special. I just need them to buy the young QB some time and have an effective working version of a running game. And I think they're able to do that. I have confidence in that now. So let's see it again against these Aints.
All right. Any more Bears thoughts, man, before we move into some extra sauce, man? Anything you want to talk about that we haven't talked about? Anybody in the chat? Any questions? Anything before we get out of this and have a little fun with some of this other stuff?
I think there was one question that I wanted to highlight.
Did we do the trade thing?
Oh, fuck. Yeah, we got to do that. My bad. So we got a lot more Bears. Don't go nowhere. We got the trade conversation coming up. My bad, Trips. Right.
All right, here's the question. It's from my homie Sean. Said, I know we win the game. Who y'all think won the QB battle? I'm gonna leave that for both of you guys to touch on first before I say anything. But Triple R, what are your thoughts? QB versus QB.
I'm going with Caleb. I mean, he didn't, make huge mistakes. And just a real shout out, real quick to Rome. That body control on the called back bullshit Canadian Eagle penalty. But he looked at it, he controlled his body, he went up, contorted, caught it with his hands, came. It was beautiful. That kid is nice. But yeah, it was the same conditions for both teams, the wind, the rain, and in the end, it was Daniels who fumbled the ball. So he's not gonna get top or the number one quarterback of the game because he basically gave the game away. So yeah,
that's easy peasy. Don't get too motherfucking greasy. To the winner goes the spoils. Like Levante Rogers said, the QB who won the game.
Yeah,
he only got to nitpick that shit. He won, and he didn't have that much of a different stat line than Jaden Daniels at all. But you can say if you want to throw something on top of it, Jaden Daniels gave away one. Gave away a pick.
Gave away two.
He gave away 2 picks?
No, one was a pick, but he fumbled.
And a fumble. Yeah.
He fumbled that ball, and then Sean
There you go. There you go.
He lost the football. And so this is where I'm at, right? Jaden Daniels lost that football game. Yes.
Yeah.
On Monday. He lost it. The ball was in his hands. He fucked it up. Gave the ball right to Nashawn Wright, and we wound up closing out. Right, so that's really where I want to go with this part of the conversation. Is like there was a lot of noise in the chat when we were doing this show, where we were calling that game, and a lot of the noise was, you think Jaden Daniels is going to get crucified for losing this football game? You think the media is going to come after him moving forward or give him any heat for losing this game? And you guys have to recognize as Bears fans that the media here in Chicago is a little bit of a different beast. Like it just is. They will hang your quarterback out to dry. We've seen it happen on multiple occasions with multiple different quarterbacks. They know how to really get under y'all's skin and their skin. It's just what they do.
Kids, you know what? I'm glad you said something, but then I'm not so glad because it leads into the conversation about what Troy Aikman, Joe Buck, and all the people.
That's the other conversation in the chat, so we might as well have that conversation too.
I do not give a flying fuck, and neither do the players. Let people on the outside that want to bicker up. It's like what Ben Johnson said at the podium. You want respect, you got to go earn it. More the way I always saw it. If you want respect in football, you got to go fucking take it. That's the way I interpret it. So fuck what somebody else is talking about. People gonna say all kind of stuff. I ain't getting butthurt about what nobody. I ain't even listening to that shit. I watch the game. Fuck the announcers.
Well,
and fuck what people talk about on the outside. What happens in between the lines, the X's and O's. It's all that matters. It's all that matters to those guys playing the game. Fuck what these dudes talking about.
But hold on now. Like, it's easy to say that.
It is.
It's real, you know what I mean? It's real easy to say that, but and again, all of us here are Bears fans. We're sort of connected in a bit of a different manner. But then there's the outside visage of what is being presented as the Chicago Bears brand. And you have an asshole out there who's just wiping his ass with that visage, right? Like that's what's happening in a public forum. And in this case, it's Troy Aikman. Under normal pretenses, it's and like this is the regular comparison. It's Chris Collinsworth. Chris Collinsworth he has no love for the situation here. He has all the love for Green Bay Packers quarterbacks and Patrick Mahomes. That it's very clear, right? So here we are in a situation where it's not Chris Collinsworth. It's just Troy Aikman. Troy Aikman ain't, real talk, he ain't nothing special with respect to being a an announcer. He's a former quarterback. That's great. Cool. But like, keep your bias at home. You're announcing a football game. It should be a 50-50 split.
Can I give you a football conversation from my personal experience from college? That one of our linebackers he's from Fort Lauderdale in Florida. And this is very, very, very personal. Got into some hot water about some shit that happened when he went home for a weekend in Florida. Can't tell you no details about what happened. But on the outside was on fire. They talking all the shit in the world. I don't know what was happening during the game, but apparently after the game, it was found out that they was kind of saying disparaging remarks and comments about that football player. And, he came back and, he was hearing, we said something. I think the coach said something in a team meeting. And then we got into a meeting with the defense. Now they go into their rooms as linebackers. He's a linebacker. Did I say that? He's a linebacker from down in Florida. And we got him, and he was worried about it, man. This is how locker rooms work, man. Good locker rooms squelch all of that bullshit, and don't nobody know nothing else about it but the people on the outside that want to yip yap like bitches about it. Excuse my language. That's for them. That's not for us. That's what we told them. Let them talk their ass off. That's why they fans. That's why you a football player. You go do your fucking job, bro. We got your back. That's how that works inside of a locker room. And so if you hear my energy sound a little bit different than everybody else's, that's why.
No, and your energy should be different in that. In your example, there is some level of altercation which people can feel a way about. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about you have a job to go and call a contest 50-50. Like, so Mike Tyson versus Jake Paul, and you're gonna spend the whole time saying that Mike Tyson's a bitch. That's messed up. Your job is to unbiased call the match the way the match is presented, and that's not what we had this week on Monday. We had somebody who very specifically had his own feelings and agenda and plastered them all over a football game. And nobody asked him to do that. I didn't ask him to do that. You know what I mean? Like, your example is this young man did something and people felt a way about it, and that was the conversation. Cool. If there was a situation along those lines, like, I'll even say cool there. If there was a situation along those lines that somebody should feel a way about, maybe that's a narrative to be discussed. That's not what was popping. It was a straight up and down rivalry game between two teams that had a bit of a thing last season. That's the discussion to be had. Call the game down the middle.
Kes, we've sucked. We've been at mediocrity or beneath mediocrity, to Ben Johnson's point, for a long fucking time. We just had this conversation not too long ago. For a long time, we've been at mediocrity or beneath it. You know what attracts to? It's the flies on shit, man. People can't wait to pick on the Bears because we've earned that kind of criticism, bro. And I'm not saying whatever Troy Aikman and whoever was saying what was the right thing to do. I'm saying that as a franchise, this is what we've brought on ourselves. Now, only way you fix that is you start winning like a motherfucker. That's the only way out of this shit. If you don't want to hear that kind of shit no more, and you want to hear us talked about in a different light, all the Bears got to do is start winning. And that's over.
I hear what you're saying. Even Ben Johnson came out this week and said, my kids were watching this game. They watched the game when I got home. They were watching it. He was like, and I was listening to it. And they weren't having what Troy Aikman was talking about, even my kid. Like, Ben Johnson himself came out and talked about it, which somewhat surprised me. All I'm saying at the end of the day, like, what you're saying is very true. And this is part of why I'm saying Ben Johnson is just destroying narratives. He's killing them. The more we win, the more we pull these games out, he's destroying narratives, and I really appreciate that. What I don't appreciate is the guys who are paid to call these games having just straight up bias. The Bears, man, on Monday night beat the booth, beat the media They beat the Washington Commanders, and they beat the referees. And in some cases, they even beat themselves, right? Like, that's a W to me, in my book. That's a real.
I don't think you would
all
feel,
on national television.
Hell yeah.
I don't think you would feel any of this kind of energy if people weren't so mired in social media, and every fucking goddamn fool that has a fucking phone can have something to say about it. That's the space that we're in. If we wasn't so mired in social media and what people my feelings don't flow along with the trends of social media. I don't give a fuck what nobody.
No, that's not. This is not a.
I don't think people would feel that way if it wasn't
You're wrong because this is a nationally televised game we're talking. It's not. I didn't have to go to Twitter and found out that somebody else was upset about the shit Troy Aikman was saying. I didn't have to do that. I could have just watched the football game. I was calling the game, so I had to watch it myself afterwards. But this is my simple point is this is how the NFL is presenting the Chicago Bears to people who are not Chicago Bears fans. And that's some fucking bullshit.
That's too bad. Win. And you won't have to worry about that shit.
Maybe we will still be like, maybe we will.
Well, but the thing is, that's how you do it, but we don't have any hand in the winning aspect of it. But we, have to
listen to it.
Platforms have to listen to it, and the way it was cool the way Ben Johnson addressed it because he never said his name. He just said, "Yeah, my kids were watching the replay before school. I heard some of the commentary, and they weren't a fan of what we were doing." So basically, he was like, "Oh, word, Troy. Well, fuck you." That was a nice way to put it. So that was very good.
Troy, you know what I'm saying? Troy, eat that W. By the way, we beat your damn team a couple weeks ago too, man. Just to piss you off a little bit more.
That might be why he still holding a grudge.
Or maybe it's because Caleb Williams ain't cough up a whole bunch of ducks in his first 2 seasons as a quarterback, whereas there's some ducks in Dallas. Troy Aikman was playing.
Or Aikman's just mad at the Bears organization as a whole for flus.
Maybe. Maybe that's the realest comment I could have possibly heard right now. Maybe he's just pissed off that Matt Eberflus is in Dallas now. That's probably what he's mad about.
But he was definitely in his feelings about
it. He was mad. He was not pleased.
I just don't care, man. I just don't care. To me, it's akin to girls trying to win a slap fight. And it's like, what the fuck is the point of this, man? Now we play football, and you get to shut everybody the fuck up once you start putting enough dubs on the board, and people have to respect you. That's how you do it. Wins get fucking respect. It's the ultimate respect. Kick people's ass. I'm gonna kick your ass every time I see you. That's the ultimate respect in football. Fuck what these bitch asses talking about on the sidelines, man. Fuck that. Don't matter to me. You're just talking. Guess who got to go out there and play? The football players. That's what it means to me. So I don't get all into that. It just irritates me, man. But I know y'all like that kind of stuff. But that's
it's quite the opposite of the like. It is the presentation of our team in a lackluster light for no good reason, and that's not. And I don't have to respect that. You know what I mean? Whether like wins, losses, I don't give a shit what it is. In a loss, there should still not be. I should still not feel like my team. My team is just like shit.
Just being disrespected all the fucking time.
I should not feel disrespected for loving the team that I love. I don't give a damn whether even in a loss.
All right, man.
For future games, just give me Greg Olsen in the booth. Maybe a little Adam Amin. Greg and Adam.
Yeah, Greg and Adam, we're good. We're good for sure.
I respect that. I respect both of y'all, man, and what y'all saying, how everybody feels about it. I'm just different when it comes to that. I'm glad that I don't get to hear none of the game being broadcast because I'm listening to you guys.
Thank goodness. Come hang out with Triple R and Keds, man. Come hang out. Trust me, much better than listening to Troy Aikman's punk ass.
Aldo said the same thing. Aldo said the same thing on the bar room when I did the show a couple of weeks ago. He's like, dude, you want to watch a game, you better, this is the best place to go watch it, because he was talking about the exact same thing y'all are talking about. So I was very fortunate to not hear all of that and had to have feelings about it. I didn't know anything about it until social media just blew up after the game. I'm like, what the fuck is all this?
Right? Because people on there like, dude, why is Aikman hating like that?
No, all the way through, as we were calling the game, this is what was coming through the chat, and we're like, "What's up with Troy?" Now I gotta go watch this game again. And I was
listen
happy
to
because we won. You know what I mean? We won, so I'll watch it. I'll watch it 2 times. That's fine. I'll watch it again. So I start watching it again, and it's like, damn, bro, what's wrong with you? Who pissed in your cornflakes?
Right?
So y'all can understand. Y'all understand. I hope I didn't get a little too pissed off, but that is irritating to me.
No, you're looking at it from you're looking at it from a player perspective. I'm not in that locker room, and it's not a locker room question for me. It's a question about the fan base and how the fan base is being disrespected on national television for no good effing reason.
Look at what Victor Dragon is saying, and I'm not saying that because he said I'm right, but it's just the point he's making here. He says it's apparent that Caleb and the Bears are becoming a force. Aikman showed unprofessionalism. Nomad is right. Winning changes everything. That's how you shoot all that in the foot. I mean, pew that in the foot. That's how you do that, man. You get all those narratives that people like to run week in and week out until when you start consistently busting people the fuck up, everybody stops talking. And that's the medicine, bro. That's the serum. There's no getting out of where we've mired ourselves into until you consistently kick people right in the scrotum, bro. You just got to keep doing it. And once you start doing that consistently, they'll shut the fuck up. I promise you.
Maybe we'll get a call or two as well. Just to put that out there, but that's a whole other issue.
Shout out to Sir Steady Serving Sports Entertainment. He says, I got a dip, brothers. Glad I found my people here. Gingerbread Man out. Shout out to you, man.
Gingerbread, you come back now, bro. You come back.
Sir.
You know what? Before you dip, because you must have missed this. Here. Get your phone out, hit the QR code, become a member, man, and hang out with us week on week. Do the 99 cents. It's $1. You know what I mean? Do the 99 cents. We're going to give you a whole lot more than that as we grow and we continue on. And yeah, man, just become a no maniac, become a super no maniac. We'd appreciate having you as a supporter of the channel. Thank you, brother. Thanks for coming through. You have yourself a good one on your way out. And big ups to the rest of the folks in the chat. BT9, Victor Dragon, Mr. Mayhem's out there with us. FFG's holding it down all night long with Cloud Chaser Radio out there too. Big ups to all you guys, man. Mad respect and love. Thank you for coming through and spending some time with us for that extra sauce on a Wednesday night. But yeah, where we at now? So we done talked a little bit about them QBs. We've talked about Troy Aikman's punk ass.
Yeah. Now it's a trade candidate.
Trade scenario. So
let's go into trades. Let's
While you're doing that, let me get to a couple questions that will start.
Okay.
Let me get to that. Let me find them. Let me see. Oh, here's the first one.
Oh, hey, Crooked.
Here's the first one that was a really good one. He says, Bear Truth 9 says, do you think Turner should settle in more off the edge? I know they gave him a couple of reps. They gave Javon a couple of reps over there too. Oh, I'm going to say they brought him in here to be a D tackle. And when they're giving him edge reps, that's just them being dynamic in their rotation. I don't think it's anything where he's just going to settle in and be an edge rusher. That's just my opinion, Bear Truth 9. I think he's going to grow into the D tackle they want him to be. And I think that's why they brought him here. You know, getting a couple of reps at edge doesn't mean that they're looking at you to be an edge rusher. I don't think – I'm not saying that he can't be that, Bear Truth 9, but in my opinion, I don't know if they're thinking that right now. Any thoughts on that? Go ahead.
Yeah, I think it's much more of an indication that, there's trouble on the edge. That's really where my heart is with that. Why not give him a shot out over there and see if he can be successful? See if he can get to the quarterback, add some pressure. Same thing with Javon. Let's see if Javon can be impactful on the edge as well. I think it's definitely worth a shot in either case. This is all the more reason for them to have tripled down, if not quadrupled down, at the defensive tackle position. That being said, I don't know if you really settle in with Shamar on the outside. I think he's going to be solid on the interior, man. Just a matter of
he's capable now. Don't get me wrong. I do think he's capable. Oh yeah. I seen enough of that when he was in college. He's capable, but I don't think that's why they brought him. But if he ends up being there, who knows, man? It just depends here. But that's why we're getting into the trade.
Hold on. That's whatever position that he is productive at, I'm all for. Whatever, edge, defensive tackle, whatever. But I would also look at the personnel that's on the field at defensive tackle when he's at edge. And it could be a situation where they want to just get those guys on the field together. Or if it's, a Williams dollar bill in the middle and a Sweat and a Turner on the edges, that's more of a run stopping.
I was just gonna say, yeah. Very good point.
He could pop off, in some kind of situational stuff that Trips is talking about. They throw him out there for, extended period at edge, and next thing you know, he starts popping off. Of course, the coaches are gonna want to see if he can duplicate that. Let's see if he can do that again. And then if he does that, let's just say he comes out there and have some better than expected performances, then things could change.
Well, that's for sure. I think what Tripp is really saying here is that might be more of a run stopping package that they put together, and I think that's actually super cool if they continue to do that and have impact against the run, because Lord only knows we're the 31st team in run defense right now, but we had one hell of a game against a really tough Russian team. So let's hope we can continue that moving forward.
All right, we got another question.
Crooked.
The crooked came in. He says, how much is too much for the Tennessee defensive end? I'm pretty sure he's talking about Jeffrey Simmons. He's a tackle. He's a tackle. He's a D tackle. You know what's interesting about Justin Simmons this year with this new coaching staff? He was probably about 320, 325 in the last few years playing with I forget the coach that's at New England right now, that head coach. He was there in Tennessee, and he had him playing. Yeah, Vrabel had him playing at a bigger weight. Now he's down to about 304, 305. He's lost a pretty good 20 pounds, and he is having his best season ever. And that guy, just based on that. Now, kids, if you want to pull up any kind of money situation with him, it is what it is, because he has a contract. If they trade it, they're trading a contract, and it's up to us at that point if we trade for Justin Simmons to whether you want to extend him and how much you think it's worth. Because I don't know what he's really making, to be honest with you, Crooked.
It's like 25 to 27 for the next year or two. But kids will get the exact details.
I'm pulling it up as we speak.
And while he's doing that, please make sure that you are subscribed to the trio of the live streams right now, the Nomad Network at Cads the Canuck and Sports Chicago Style.
It's Jeffrey Simmons.
You might want to share your screen, man, so people can see.
Sorry, I got to pull up the right human being first. You said Justin Simmons, threw me off. And maybe I'll just do Simmons, because who knows how you spell Jeffrey.
Not like giraffe. That's with a G.
It's with a J?
This is with a J. I think common spelling, Jeffery.
Usually the G. But maybe
GEOF.
It's definitely J, man.
All right, so let's do it the old-fashioned way. Let's go right to Tennessee.
He's not British. Not British.
It's funny, man. My best friend is, as a kid, his name is Jeffrey, man. I spelled his name Jeff every time we're in class together from kindergarten to grade 2. I didn't know his name was spelled with a G until I saw him spell it. And I was like, what the F, Doc? What?
Who are you?
Who's Geoffrey?
Who are you?
Who's that, man? Who's Jeff? It's you? Damn it, Jeff.
Geoffrey.
And here's a little note. I wouldn't even feel right about having this conversation if we weren't in the place that we are and the trends looking up. I wouldn't be very comfortable having this conversation because I think it's just star talk. But this is reality, man. I think all options are on the table right now. Anybody disagrees with that, you can, but I'm telling you, I think we can make a move, a strong one, at this trade deadline if they feel like this thing can put us over the top and get us really formidable, man. So this is real. This is real right now.
Oh, he's deep in the contract, though.
About 3 years in, ain't he? At least 2 years.
I thought you said he was 28.
He is 28.
He's 28 years old. He's 28 years old right now.
Okay, right. Okay.
Making a base salary of $17.5. Signing bonus pushes him up to 22 and change. And another roster bonus adds a little bit more to that. Dead cap, they would be eating 31 and change if they traded him right now. So I don't care. Mm-hmm.
I think something's wrong with Scrolls. I think for real. And it probably is due to his life.
No, he's right though, man. No, he's right.
Jared ain't wrong.
Straight up, he's right, man. Geoffreys will snitch on your ass. He's right.
Because he said Jeffries are cool, but Geoffreys will snitch on you.
He's right, man. He watched Game of Thrones. He knows what's up. I'm just telling you, Joffrey's will snitch on your ass. They may behead your daddy too. Be careful.
Yeah, you're right, Bear Truth. We are in position to make a move. It's going to get more realistic every game we win. I'm telling you.
All right, so he's got 2 more years under contract.
Yeah, he's contracted right up until 2027. That like it's not the wildest numbers out there, right? Like for quality defensive tackle, this is not outlandish numbers to swallow for a 28-year-old man. It's not crazy. My problem is it's just a simple problem. They put it. That's like Leroy and Elroy Jets. I'm sorry.
Hey, Bear Truth 9 is helping you out. He says, "Kids, hit the red scissors on the right, man.
Hit the scissors, cut them. All right.
Oh, release trade. Ooh, there's a menu Kez didn't even know was there.
I didn't even know what this was, bro. What is a pre-6? No, we want a post-6. Post-6 release or trade.
I could tell Bear Truth 9 has got all the way.
BT9 lives in here, bro.
Yeah,
he lives in here. So dead cap 4, 9, 17.
Crimson says, how much money are we already spending on that D line?
This is the problem. That's my problem, especially at the tackle position. So it's like $100K for Montez. We probably got 60 left on that, maybe. 48 for
Dale.
Grady Jarrett. I think another 48 for Dale. So there's 200K right there in three people.
200 mil.
What's that?
200 mil.
That's 200 mil.
Yeah, you said 200K.
Oh, my bad. Sorry. Yeah, $200 million. It's quite a significant difference. Can you scrape up another 23 and change? Yeah, you can. Right. So, 14 first, all the dead cap goals.
We're gonna talk about the edge rushers.
What do they want? The who is that? The Titans. They want a pick though, right? In return.
They're going to because they're going to eat. They're going to eat this 31. They've basically already paid it. He's playing for them, so they're eating $31 million. There's dead cap here as well. They can eat all that, but they're gonna want a first round pick, like they're gonna want first or second.
Maybe read what Bear Truth 9 is saying.
Post June for Titans would be $4 million in dead cap this year, 9 next year, worth $17 million for the Titans next year. So he's saying that it's $17 million cost over and above for the Titans, right?
They probably want to get up out of that.
Well, they're paying much more. Like if they retain him, they're paying much more than that. So $17 million is not terrible to eat. It's better than eating the remainder of his contract, which looks like another 43 million. $43 million.
Are you looking at post June? Because that's what Bear Truth 9 is saying.
Yeah, no,
well, no, it would be like within a month, so it would be pre-June.
Yeah. So like I hear what he's saying. They would eat that. They would save that they would save the 40 plus that they're in line for. They would eat the 17. That 17.
Wait, no, you're looking at the wrong thing, aren't you?
No, I'm looking at both things. What are you talking about?
Pre-6-1 trade, right?
Yeah.
That's the top right up there.
So this is pre-6-1. This is that is before June. This is post June. So this is really where we at, and that's what the 17 he's talking about is right here.
Wait, I'm confused because wouldn't it be a pre-6-1 trade?
If we did
it's November.
If
no, because we're past June. We're in November. June was months ago.
Oh yeah. Okay, yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So at June 1, you have to pay them for the season. You have to start.
Okay, so this is for the whole 2025 year.
He gets his roster bonus. He gets his payment for the better part of the season. Then there's proration. So what's left over is $17 million that you would have to pay him with respect to proration. They would eat that. Like if you make the trade, they would eat the 17. But here are like, or the Bears can eat it. Like it's whatever the negotiation is. If the Bears eat the 17, then you can.
They're saying that pre-6-1 is how.
No, that would be pre-6.
That's how you should be reading. That's what they're saying.
Well, 6-1-26. So it's the 2025 release trade tab, but the dates are for 2026. I think
I'm seeing it the same way Bear Truth 9 sees it. This is 17 million Titans saved. That's the way I hear it.
So post. So all right,
either way it goes, that's the way it's gonna have to go.
So they're saving a lot of money.
They save 17. They save 17 million on the season.
There you go. So, yeah. So see, that's why I'm confused because they both say 2025 savings. You know, at the top, you know, pre and post.
Maybe something's wrong with that.
See, I'm just confused on the dates, but either way, the Titans are looking to cut salary, and he's a big chunk. So, what would you be willing to give up for him?
Half of that salary.
Well, no, it's the question then is about capital. It's about draft picks, right?
Half of that salary and something, maybe a second, third, something like that. Maybe something lower if you can beat them down to, you know, you take 3/4 or half of that salary and give him like a second or third or something just to get off on him. I think he's worth it. 110%. He's probably the baddest 3-tech in the league right now.
See, I wouldn't be mad at it, especially with his age, because he's a building block going forward, as opposed to somebody, you know, looking at retirement.
Oh yeah, you got him for the next 4 years easily, and you're gonna get the best football out of him. This is exactly when you want to go get a guy, especially like that. He's perfectly suited for the situation that we're in. He would fall right into fucking place like jelly on top of peanut butter bread, bro. Perfect. So, you know, the money thing, I let other people deal with their goddamn pockets and their wallets and shit. This is something I'm green on, I'm bullish on. Do that shit if you can.
If they're willing, you best. And it's already been said, and this is by qualified media people, that the Bears have already been on the phone in conversation. I'm talking about Titans qualified media, like your Adam Hogues and your Dan Weirderos that are in, like your bigs. Is people in the Titans organization have said this. They already have heard that the Bears have been on the phone with the Titans about this, finding out how much this is going to cost them. So it's real.
If you're saying that, and I've heard the same thing, what does it really say to you?
That means that they're bullish on where this thing is going.
Whoa. That's what you think this means?
That's what it means to me from a football standpoint. Now, the dollar amount also means, you start thinking about other things that you have to do later on. Maybe Javon Dexter coming into a contract year, maybe that ain't gonna happen.
So I'm gonna say what
that's what you're trying to get out of me. There.
I'm trying to get something else out of you.
What you trying to get out?
I'm trying to get out of you that Grady Jarrett might be a bit more hurt than
that's what I was thinking.
We said, kids. That's the first thing we said. These Bears trending up and being bullish about where the season might be going. If there's something going on with Grady Jarrett that might be something chronic and something that he might be dealing with forever, and this might not have been such a good deal for them, then they have to do something else.
So that's what it like. It pisses me off. I just gotta say it, man. Like,
don't worry about it now. It's already done.
I just mean, I'll tell you what pisses me off. It's just that there's clearly a deficiency in a very specific area that we've been talking about for about 4 years now, and he's on the phone looking for another defensive tackle. It just drives me crazy.
Oh.
But again,
would you rather have him not?
Well, hold on. Again, if he knows something I don't know, which is like Grady Jarrett might not be very available this season, hey man, I gotta shut up because you probably need another defensive tackle.
It might come.
Yeah. I mean, because it's not like you bring in a Grady Jarrett and it's like, all right, cool, we're good here. He's a professional football player, and then it's like, he has a knee issue. we just passed by, so there's no more off weeks till the end of the season, and he's been DNP for the last several weeks. So if that's a thing going forward, it's like you damn sure Ryan Poles is on the phone, hollering at his boy that he used to work with down there in KC, as somebody pointed out there in the chat. It's like, hey, so with Mr. Simmons, you got to see what they want, what they would be interested in. It's like, oh, we can do that. That's all. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now they got to clear up the money and, give what they need to give, but it would definitely be a boost to the team.
I want to say this, man, and thank you to Creative Powers for being here, number one. Number two, I'm going to read his statement. He says, Nate Davis situation all over again. He said, I prefer landing an upgrade now to help this D-line. And I think that's the most important thing, Creative Powers, is what if they do know something inside that building. And trust me, they know whether Grady Jarrett is going to be somebody that's viable for them, is going to be, available for this lineup to be an impact player. They brought him in to be an impact player. If he can't be the impact player that they brought him in to be, Creative Powers is like myself and like Trips right now saying, the hell with it, then. Just go get somebody else that can do that. That's why this trade scenario is very valid right now. Because if they've already picked up the phone, which I'm sure they have now, I know that they have. That's why they're doing it. Something's going on with Grady Jarrett. For the fact that they even pick up the phone to inquire about Jeffrey Simmons tells me that something is more seriously wrong with Grady Jarrett than we even know.
All right, Creative Powers, shout out to you, man. That was a good little take. I when I saw Nate Davis, I was like, who's this Nate Davis all over again? But you're saying Grady Jarrett is Nate Davis in this analogy, and yikes, that analogy sucks. You know what I mean? Like, I hate to hear that, man, but you might be right, dog. You might be right.
while we're talking about D tackles, if you guys that came because you're curious about what was on the thumbnail and you didn't know who that guy was, kids, do me a favor and look up the name Maliek Collins. This is a defensive tackle.
Not like that either.
This is a defensive tackle playing
MALEEKEAKIEK
MALIEK, I think.
IE. That's where we kind of get a little ebonics on you.
You see it, kids?
Black people, can't you just?
I just want to know if you see the name spelled right.
I just had to just click enter and pray, and like here he is. All right.
So before you even get into it, kids, this is, I got to give this courtesy to my guy, Super No Maniac Notch. He brought this up on Kids' show the other day while I was there, and I'm just like, damn, I didn't really think about that. So Cleveland is in the dumps, and what I know about this contract with Maliek Collins is balling. Number one, he's balling just as hard and just as good as Justin Simmons. Now, this is a little cheaper situation than
much cheaper.
He's in a 2-year, $20 million contract that's got $13 million worth of guarantees in it, from what I remember. And he got a $7-something million signing bonus. He's a little bit older. But if you want to get into a 1-year situation and you can be fluid after that, and you don't want to get into a distance relationship, this situation is better financially and just for long term. Go ahead from there, kids.
Dollar for dollar. I do that tomorrow.
Well, now who does he replace on? Well, is this a Grady Jarrett replacement straight up, or if Grady is not injured, who would you replace on the D line for Collins?
So for me, I wouldn't really even. The only reason I would consider this a replacement is if he outplays everybody else that could be potentially a Grady Jarrett backfill, right? That's that. He's the money here is easy money for them to swallow. They probably wouldn't even have to restructure anybody to do it.
You got to spell it out though.
Wow.
Well, but somebody would have to go. Let's say Grady's still here on the roster, and you want to bring Collins in. What defensive lineman are you shipping out?
I got a better thought for you. Let's just say Grady, something's really, really wrong with Grady, and we don't know about it. And
I just put him on IR, give him the opportunity to heal up.
Well, there's other things. What if Grady decided, if they talk to Grady and say, hey, man, help us out here. We tied some money up into you. And he just said, if this will help you out, I'll just retire and give you some money back.
Oh, damn.
What if that happened?
Well, I don't see that.
I've seen that happen. I've seen that happen, literally.
Frankly,
it's the injuries that
Darius Smith just decided screw it last couple days ago. So you never know. You know what I mean? You never know. Yeah. So Levante, like I hear what you're saying, and normally I'm of the same mind. I'm just thinking here, just because there's a lot of money tied up into Grady Jarrett, and he may eventually come back and play at caliber. You don't necessarily want to replace him with super high caliber. Maybe you can replace him with regular money, but get high caliber performance. I'd do it in a heartbeat. And that kind of sounds like what we're talking about here.
If you see it, give everybody the age and the weight of Maliek Collins. He's a D tackle. He's everything but he's everything. He's a nose guard and a 3-tech. He can do anything along the defensive front, play some time out there in San Fran. And more recently, he played in the Texans lineup in that front. And the Texans haven't been right since he left.
So I don't have a weight for you, but I do have age. He's 30 years old.
Not old.
No, it's not. Again, not for a 1 or 2 year contract, which is what you'd be pulling over if you traded for him. He's under contract until 31. You just don't necessarily give him a brand spanking new contract. You let him ride out the 2 years, see how he does, and you pay capital and pay the remainder of his contract. I think it's like there's only a $5 million dead cap for next year. Like this is a great out to get in on a potentially solid player. Let's look at his stats. Games played 6. Okay, well that's normal. He's okay.
So he's 6'2", 310.
So that's big enough. He's a bowling ball.
Yeah, bowling ball.
But 4 sacks in 6 games ain't bad. That's better than anybody on our team at present.
He's balling, dog.
That's good. Those are good numbers. 7 tackles, and let's just be consistent with it. He has done just about that for the remainder of his career. About 5 odd tackles sacks a year. A fair amount of tackles, but thus far in 6 games, he's already got 4.
One of the things I would give
games played in his double digits every year in the team, so he stays healthy.
This gonna sound strange. I'm gonna give Flus a little bit of credit. One of the things he said while he was at the podium, a couple times I heard him say this, 2 or 3 times. Most of the times defensive linemen don't start rounding out until year 3, year 4, and beyond. Maliek Collins, Justin Simmons, both those 2 guys, only 2-year difference in them, are right at that stage where, even with if they grab Maliek Collins, I think there's still an out with him, is it? After the first year, kids? If he came during the middle of this year, is there an out with this contract?
Well, yeah.
But coming.
Well, it's like the out is really for the team who signed him at whatever deal they signed him at. I wouldn't necessarily get out after this season. You can.
You might want to keep him for another year.
This is what I'm saying. You could, the bulk of the contract's already been paid up by the other team, so you'd probably want to run. You'd probably want to roll with him for the 2 years, regardless. See how he does.
What do you give up for him? Like a 5th?
I would give like a 5th rounder, 6th rounder. Hell, I'll give 2 5th rounders for him.
I'm telling you guys, don't be surprised if this comes up in a conversation in a couple of weeks. Why we're bringing it up? Shout out to Naj, but it's something that was, as soon as he said it, I'm just like, damn, I didn't even think about him. But I expected the Cleveland Browns to be way better with the quarterback that they had, but they traded him to the Bengals. Now they're dealing with 2 rookies, and this shit's going left and south, really, just quick. And so they're gonna offload some assets, bro. And that is one of the key assets that we can fucking use. Another one is Max Crosby is back on the table, kids. If you want to pull that up, that is real. And that we thought it was over, but they signed him to a contract.
So
and made it easier to trade.
So if we're gonna go here, shouldn't we also go to Myles Garrett as well for all the reasons you just mentioned?
Well, let's go here first. Let's take knock off one bird.
So things are a little bit different. Long story short, this is a much more costly move, except you know exactly what the costs are. Like you kind of want to do it next year, though. You know what I mean? Like because that bulk up front.
Explain what you're seeing.
So the $72 million dead cap, they're gonna have to eat that. That's a big chunk of money for the Raiders to eat. So because they've signed it this year, we would have to do something about that. So either we would have to pitch in and pay some of that $72 million in dead cap, or trade a significant asset, being like a number 1 pick.
Just one?
I don't think, and let me rephrase this. I hope Ryan Poles isn't of the mind of even considering multiple 1st-round pick trading. That's crazy talk to me. I would never do it. Wouldn't suggest that it be done. But then again, let me I got to second guess myself. If you believe that you're in a position to to change the stock of your team, that second first round pick might be towards the back end of the draft as well. So there's that.
All I can tell you is, hey, if we start drafting a little bit better, we ain't in most of these conversations. But since we didn't,
right, man.
Since we didn't, Scrolls, here we are.
Scrolls, you're right, man. There's only 2 more years left on this. Well, I'm sure. 2 more years on the existing contract. They can bump up to 5 years with, and they'd be stupid if they didn't. So 3 years max on the rookie. But yeah, you got to get your guy, man. You got to get your linchpin left defensive end. Like it needs to be done soon. I am of the mind that you get a proven commodity and spend and toss a first rounder. If that's Max Crosby, you do it. Max Crosby is that type of player. As is Myles Garrett. Those would be the 2 guys I'd be looking at come hell or high water, and I'd easily be offering a first for it. If they need an additional draft pick, I'd consider it, but it wouldn't be another first rounder. I'd hate to do that. That's just crazy.
All right, I'll tell you this: nobody comes to this show. They want to know what I think, and they want to know what we all think. But guess what? I ain't no GM. I'm just telling you all this stuff is on the table. Just telling you. But since you went there, kids, you gonna go Myles Garrett. You go there.
I might have to go Myles Garrett. Yeah,
that's a 40 burger, bro.
Well, that's fine. Because we why I say it's fine. It's because we know what this means. We know what this is.
We'll go there too, Levante. Right after this, I guess we go.
Yeah, exactly. He's next. He's the next guy to look at, Levante. You got it. Wow, I'm so surprised he's 30 years old. He always seems so young, but I guess it's been some bad times in Cleveland. Things ain't looking better. What did he sign? $160 million average salary, 40 mil per year on a 4-year term. Jeez, pieces.
You might have to give up draft capital and a player or so.
Well, there's players that
because you're going to ask them to take up some of that contract, to eat some of that contract. Give me some young players. Give me some young players that's worth something.
I just have to say this out loud. I don't know how is this team under the salary cap?
They was ready to win one, man. That's what a team's salary cap looks like when they feel like they put together a solid team to win something. That's what they look like. They're over their skis, bro. And one of these days,
what you just said is the craziest statement of all time.
One of these days, the Bears are going to be this team over their skis, but we're going to have a couple Super Bowls to our side because
I don't mind being over your skis.
They thought they were going to win it. They thought they were going to. They had the team. I would have predicted them as one of the teams to do it. Yeah.
The Cleveland Browns thought they were going to do it.
When they got Deshaun Watson, with the way they put that defense together and the way they put that offensive line together, anybody in their natural right mind would say that team is going to kick some people's ass and probably win one. They had a team. Now they need to unload some of them. But I'm telling you, that was about as well constructed a roster that I've seen. The trenches, they were Cleveland Browns. Everybody wanted their offensive line because they're kicking everybody's ass. With Nick Chubb, you talking about the defense? They shutting people down. Cleveland was really good, bro. We're just looking at the ass end of it,
brother. I'm just telling you. See, this is why I warn you about some of the financial stuff that we talk about as we go through this stuff. You know what I mean? Like you get excited, you want the Bears to double down and spend a lot of money. And I'm with it. I want them to win too, but this is what happens. You wind up in a situation where you're paying $230 million to a quarterback. It's tough to pay anybody else on the team. And then somehow, even though the quarterback's never played for you, you decide that it's wise to spend another $160 million on a single player.
Guaranteed.
Guaranteed. This team is screwed for at least 5 years if they can't get out of one or the other, and you can't get out of Deshaun because it's all up front.
Nobody knew they were screwed until Deshaun didn't work out.
Well, Deshaun did because he was getting massages. He was fully aware of the whole screwed situation.
Nobody knew that team was screwed. Everybody was just like, "Hell, that's exactly what Cleveland needs." Now he's not. He didn't work out.
I thought it was, hey man,
and
but like
everybody on the ass end of it.
I'm not really talking about the Deshaun move. They got themselves a quarterback. They spent big money on it.
It was a very expensive gamble, Victor. It was very expensive, and it came out the other way.
This move is this year. 2 years removed from him never playing for the team is what I'm trying to say to you. They had no business. They have no business re-signing Myles Garrett.
Now that
was should have been a trade asset right there.
That was the only smart thing about that, kids. You got to look at it this way. The Cleveland Browns may have predicted that this moment, well, they had to predict that this moment is going to come. The hardest thing to do is to get a guy. Now, he just wanted to be the best thing they could have did is get him on a contract, is what I'm trying to say. Get him on a contract, and now you have a value that every team wants that wants to win a Super Bowl. Not only are you going to get something for him, you're going to get some extra pieces for him just for the fact that you have this piece and you have him on the contract. They're going to get extra for Myles Garrett. So I'm not saying it's the best move in the world, but if I'm Cleveland, I'm definitely thinking about making sure I got this commodities that everybody wants so that I can get something back from my team in case we have to break this motherfucker down, which it looks like they need to. So I think it's probably the best thing they could have did, because if they would have just let him go, I don't think they'd have got as much as they are going to get for him now if they trade him. That's just the truth about trade values.
Well, like all I'm saying is this was a very large mistake outside of the potential of them trading him now. You know, if they trade him now, they can cut bait on some of this. What I'm also seeing here is it looks like they have some void years already. They probably restructured them to some degree already. But they kind of need. They kind of need to get the hell out of this contract, man, and cut.
That's a lot. They need to get up off of it. I think it was a good move to keep him so you can get more out of him.
And he's not a free agent until 2031?
No, he's not a free agent until 2030. That's I think they've extended 1 year here in restructure, but the rest of the money is pushed into void years after the contract is over.
That guy will never see free agency until he's like 38 years old.
Which is the one area where it was a smart move, because now you can again package all of that together and see what you can get, and down the road, $160 million for a guy Myles Garrett's caliber is low wallet share money, and that's kind of how you have to look at it. But for the Cleveland Browns, it's crazy. They're in a bad way, and they need Myles Garrett will be 62.
He still ain't gonna see free agency at that point. Shit.
No, man, he'll be 62-year-old free agent. Oh man, but yeah, man, they gotta get out of that contract sooner or later, so they can do something with this team. And that bodes well for the Bears. The Bears could, that'd be wild.
Well, that's a lot, but Bear Truth 9 saying, so Crosby we covered, Simmons we covered, Garrett we just covered. Hendricks.
Let's go to Hendricks.
Hey, Hendricks real quick, and that's the last one, man.
Don't he have a back problem or something wrong with him?
He's hurting.
I want to talk about Thibodeau, but we'll save that for another time.
I don't have it here.
Oh, you can't find Trey?
I'm gonna find one. I'll just go to the team. There you are.
I feel like we've done this many times. But
we've done this many times this season, but
we haven't done it since he got his little.
You're right. It's only it's not a big deal. It's just a 1 year deal. And this
It's
is
over
like,
anyway.
this is my problem with the trade for Trey. It's like you're giving up capital in a situation where he's free in a couple months.
But then he has options.
Well,
so you got
everybody got options.
Well, his options, though.
You just enter into the casino and you hope that that he hits 7 with the Bears, man, and that's just gambling, man.
Well, see, I would almost agree with you with the outside view of the Chicago Bears in general. You know, that Troy Aikman view. There's that. But if this team does like you said and starts winning some football games, the view might be different, and he may want to come here.
Could be.
Right.
If you look at it that way, you're still gambling, bro.
I like to gamble though. I'm all you see.
Like
I
used to like them when I was an uneducated man, but I don't fuck with that shit too much no more.
I play some craps here and there. I'm just saying, like, that's my little beef. If he's a free agent and you don't have to give up capital to get him, you just need to pay him. You just go and you pay this man. You hit him immediately. Pay him. But you're right.
Hey, by the way, and I'm glad Bear Truth 9 brought this. Thank you. Bear Truth 9 has been the motherfucking shit up in here.
Yeah, right.
Awesome. I'm going to mention this, and I'm going to add something to it. Don't forget, Zadarius Smith with the Eagles just all of a sudden just retired. And I'm going to read Bear Truth 9's comment. He says, true, kids, but if the Bengals, that's what we call them around here, keep losing, I doubt a team like the Eagles won't be involved with Trey.
Like Manic Monday, the Bengals?
I think Zadarius Smith retiring all of a sudden has a couple of layers to it. And what Bear Truth 9 is bringing up might be a little caveat.
I'm not trying to, like, I don't know what their cap situation is. I wonder if there's really like this kind of,
they ain't got no money.
You know what I mean? I don't know if there's this kind of cap money in Philadelphia.
Because the Bengals can't afford him. That's why I only gave him 1 year deal. Mm-hmm. But now with being mid-season and Philly wanting him and him wanting to go there, they can work something out. Because I'm sure the Bengals will be like, oh, you'll kick us a late round draft pick as opposed to us losing him for nothing.
Don't Howie Roseman always figure some shit out?
Yo, Howie Roseman is a genius. If anybody can figure it out, it's Howie. I am going to say that there is a lot of humanity that needs to be paid on that team over the course of the next couple of years. Right? You got Carter. You've got his other homeboy from Georgia. I'm blanking out on the name right now.
Davis.
Who?
Jordan Davis.
Jordan. That's not the guy I'm talking about, but he needs to be paid as well. The one with the glasses, linebacker.
What are you talking about? He's an edge rusher.
Edge rusher, linebacker, like 3-4 edge. The wide receivers are being paid. Oh, sorry, one is, the other isn't. He's a rookie.
You're talking about Nolan
Smith. Cooper DeJean, right? Cooper DeJean needs to get paid sooner or later. What's his name now? Devonta Smith. He should be coming up for $1 real soon. Are they paying? They must have just signed Hurts to good money recently. Like not a lot of they can't be a lot of money floating around there for big name on that line. But maybe I'm wrong. Like if anybody figure it out, it's that guy.
All you gotta do is hey Cleveland or Cincinnati, you eat that contract, will give you a higher draft compensation, or we'll add another pick next year's draft or something like that. Just juice up the draft picks, but nothing first, second round kind of thing.
Well, they would do that, and the fact is, so far the Eagles' draft picks would be further back because they've done well in the playoffs and made it to the Super Bowl. I'm not so sure that's going to be the case this year, though. So, you know what I mean? Like, they're not playing the best brand of football right now, according to anybody who's paying attention. So the Eagles receivers would like to leave. Like, well said, Creative Powers. Like, well said. Right now, that's kind of how it feels. They just paid some good money to Saquon, but running back money, so it ain't crazy money. We'll see. Like, you're right. Maybe the Eagles wind up snaking this guy out, but I think the dollars and cents for Trey Hendrickson is perfect, and you might be able to do it for free, which is crazy to me.
Okay. All I know is, all that being said, all these players that can be options for the Chicago Bears and should be options for the Chicago Bears. I don't think, when I say nothing should be really left off the table, I don't really think any of them shouldn't be considered. At least if it's me, I'm considering everything. When I see my team playing the way they're playing, and you feel like they're going in a direction that they can continue that success, nothing but green. This is the time when you have that kind of energy flowing towards your organization, which has been a while since we've been able to string some games together. And the way we strung them games together, getting close wins in tough situations, tells you a lot about character of the football team. You can see there's signs if you watch close enough. And you don't even have to be this crazy extrovert football junkie to see this. You can literally see as a fan, just literally watch this team just the air is different. Everything about this, the vibe is different. This is a team that is clearly showing me green up arrow signs. And this is the time when any GM, any head coach worth either of their salts are starting to consider some things. Now, this week, we go out there and put it on the Saints. Dude, if it's a no contest, it needs to be phone calls had like in the middle of the game. Like, we get to late third quarter and doesn't look like it's going to be close. Start getting on the fucking phone then if you're Ryan Poles. Start getting on the fucking phone then, and what you thinking about, start executing that plan. Because it's going to be a good team a little bit later in the season. And so I'm telling you, the arrows are green, man. The arrows are green. I'm going to say that before and give you guys a chance to have anything you want to say about the Bears and where they're going before we get into some other stuff. But I am so, I don't want to say the word excited, but this is good, bro. This is really good.
See, Quato's already in here. He's telling me to get my ass to Mars. We on our way, Quato, real soon. I hear your green arrows. Be wary. This is what happens when, when signals may be green, is what happens to a Cleveland Brown, as we just saw moments ago. Now I'm just preaching a little bit of trepidation. Now let me follow where you are. I do believe, though, regardless as to how good this team performs this season, I do believe that getting a quality edge rusher who's proven is worth a first round pick, right? Like, that, in my opinion, is the biggest need on the team. It's been a glaring need for a very long time. We fucked around, and we've seemed to have done some things that might have shored up that left tackle, which was the other issue, might have opened up the run game, which was the other issue. So we can really zero in on the most obvious position of need now, can't we? Damn it, please, damn it. And if that's the case, by all means, throw a 1 at a Max Crosby, throw a 1 at a Trey Hendrickson, get this problem solved. Throw a 1 at a Myles Garrett, see what you can do. Figure the money out later on, because the fact of the matter is, you could be in the other side of this, drafting an edge rusher and developing an edge rusher over the course of the next 4 years, and maybe he doesn't get there either, right? So by all means, throw the first at that guy who we know can do it now and will be doing it for the next couple of years. And we just gave you a pretty standard list at this time. We've gone through this a couple of times, but we giving you the list of the guys who are out there that would make an immediate impact on this Bears team.
Yeah, a lot will, depend on how the team looks Sunday. And then there, 2 games remaining before the trade deadline. And then it becomes what value versus the expense versus
that's crazy
availability, so it's going to be another storyline to watch that is not on the field, but is affected by what happens on the field. So yeah, it's just part of the football season, the trading deadline. That's one of the benchmark, the milestones of the season. And if we are in the conversation to where it's like, oh shit, the Bears could actually be buyers, that's something that is intriguing to so many fans, because for so long it's like, oh, we suck again. Who we got that we can get rid of that's expensive or something that we can get a value for? Yeah. Now we're, getting rid of players because we're bringing in players that are better. And so that's overall a better direction.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Because Trips is right. It's the residue that's still sticking to a whole bunch of people that, that ain't, I think the more we win in the next few weeks, I think gradually the residue starts to fall off a little bit. It dries and it falls off, just like anything else. So you get a little wound on you and it starts to scab up, but you got to give it air so it scabs up. So if you're covering it up and acting like it ain't there, and you just, that thing's just going to fester. But if you give it air, give it oxygen, it's going to cover up with a scab, and that scab is going to dry, it's going to fall off, and you're going to be all right again. That's what we are. Just got to be willing to be a little bit more optimistic. And I'm not trying to tell anybody to change their mindset because of what the fuck Nomad said. I'm just breathing a little optimism into you. This is just the way vibration works, man. This is just the way alchemy works. But that's a whole other conversation. Got to be positive, man. If you want to be where you want to be, this team can get where it needs to get, but we can help as fans by being a little bit more optimistic. And, I know as hard as it is to shake some of the residue of the past off, I understand it, man. I really do understand it, but I'm just being me and trying to breathe some of my energy into you. And that's what we all trying to do. So that's that, man. But Triple R said something last week at the end of a show. We was talking about, prepping, all that kind of stuff. And I want to say this again. I think prepping now in this day and age, I'm talking about today. October 2025. I don't think people are laughing at preppers so much anymore. I don't think they're laughing so much because now things are starting to change a little bit. People are starting to feel the pinch and the crunch of things going the other way. Things aren't quite what they expected it to be. There are people, and we could talk about this on a whole other show on another topic, but I saw people that invested heavily, like their life savings in crypto, and it all went to shit. Every last dime of it went to shit. And there's people that unalived themselves. Over 2,000 people in about 2 hours, crypto went to shit. And people lost their life savings. What do you do in situations when people just lose everything and the economy isn't what it's supposed to be? This is why we do this segment of the show, and I'm going to start with this. This is what they call aquaponics. My mistake last week. I think I called it hydroponics. Did I not? I think I called it that.
Well, hydroponics is a portion of this, but yes, continue.
Yeah, the hydro part is the first part.
Well, go ahead, Trips. This is
all. Oh, yeah, okay. All right, so you're looking at aquaponics system here, and for those that can't see it and just listening, big up. But step one, you have a fish tank, or a barrel, or whatever you're keeping your fish in, and that water, the fish water, is pumped up through PVC piping to step 2, the pump, and it removes the waste and cycles the water. Up to step 3, beneficial bacteria converts ammonia and nitrates to nitrates. Sure. And that's where you have your leafy greens planted within a netting in the PVC pipe, so the water is flowing through their root system, which is watering them. And then you go to step 4, the plants remove nitrates, the plant food, from the water. And then you go down to 5, the clean water drains from the grow beds to the sump. And then the sump pumps it through step 6, returns the clean water back to the fish tank, and then the process starts all over again. So this is a system that you can survive on, live on, that will provide fish to eat depending on the size that you have, and provide leafy greens all year round, because this is more of an indoor setup. You can put it in a greenhouse or in a basement or in some place that the temperature is controlled, because you have to, keep your fish nice and warm, and you don't want to use too much electricity with heaters and such, because part of the attractiveness to using this system is that you can do so with very little wattage, very little electricity necessary, so it can be off grid, run with solar panels and batteries. So this would be a nice setup for people who want to plan on maybe not a huge event, but something that you just want in your house, and you want to have fresh leafy greens that where they came from to consume, that you want your fish to know where it came from, what water it's been swimming in, what nutrients and or poisons are not in there. If you want to just be more healthy on your own, and you have the resources and the space to put this system together, and you can do it scale wise. So you can do a smaller scale for a smaller space, or you could make it more of an industrial size if that's what you need.
Well, you mind if I jump in here? Because
go ahead.
What you're doing is describing really nature's cycle. So this system is just as relevant, and this is the natural relevancy of it. This is no different than a stream, pond, river being right next to a plot of land that's growing greenery. And so you have photosynthesis going on because of it. And so if you got a stream that's got fish, crab in it, and it's filtering to the ground next to it, and the filtration system with whether it's dirt, with clay under it, sand, whatever it is under it, is filtering that water. And the water, when the rain comes down, is going right back into the river a little bit more filtered than it was when it came out. And so this is basically nature. They're showing you the cycle that you can produce by yourself, that nature provides. This is really, really good, but you just got to be willing to do something like that. From step to step, it's just PVC. It probably looks a little bit more complicated than it is, but all you need to provide is some PVC, a sump pump, and some tanks, and maybe and I'll show you in this next image. And this is kind of what it looks like in the in the wild. If you wanted to do aquaponics, this is kind of what it looks like. Go ahead, Trips. I've been talking too much.
All right. Now, what we see in this picture is like a garden setup with, what would that be? A 30-gallon tank, or however big that tank is.
That's a plastic drum cut in half.
Cut in half, yeah.
Exactly what it is.
So is that 55 gallons or whatever?
Probably,
yeah. Yeah, so that's cut in half, but it's the basic setup that we're seeing. You got the fish over there. You got, where's the pump? I can't see it in this picture, but there's a pump someplace bringing the water from the fish receptacles up into the top PVC pipe, and then the way it's angled down, it goes down that way and then down that way and then down that way and then comes back out. So it's gravity, it's a pump, and you get fishies, and that's the system. You feed the fish as they also get the nutrients from the plants. The plants feed you, the fish feed you.
Yeah,
and you just got to make sure it's protected, because you don't want any bacteria, any pollutants, anything that can contaminate your ecosystem. Because as to Ked's point, or Nomad, this is your ecosystem that you have there, so you want to keep it clean, which is a huge thing that people overlook.
And that's part of what the pumps do. So the pumps are going to pump the fish poop in to be used as fertilizer for the plants, and then eventually it's cleaned out before the water is recycled back into the fish tank, and it just kind of continues on perpetually like that, which is awesome. So now at the end of the world, when the zombies are attacking you, you got some fish to eat and some salad.
Yeah, and Levante saying the pump is either at the bottom of the tank or is filtered at the top. Is that a question or a statement?
So something else that was going on in the previous image and graphic I want to point out, and for anybody that really needs to take this serious, and I think they should, and that's this. Hold on, let me get this Levante's comment down. Just underneath where you see the plant, the plants at the very, very top where it says step 4, to the left of it, those are the plants where the water is underneath it. In that tank where you want to set that up, what you want to put is some kind of gravel or some kind of sediment underneath that. That's going to also help give an extra level of filtration to whenever that water comes out of here and starts going into the filtration system. And so either way, you want to make sure you put a little sediment underneath the rock. That's more natural than anything else. It's always sediment underneath rock, is it not?
Yeah, sand, gravel, charcoal even. Because in some of the drop PVC pipes, you can fill those with the sand and all that as a natural filter. So you have the natural filtering of the roots of the the sand, your elements, and Red Baron made a point that you don't want your fish to eat their babies, so you need a breeder box, which basically puts the eggs separated from the fish so they just don't suck them up.
Who the fuck is Red Baron? Why don't I see Red Baron?
Don't make him explain that comment now. What the hell's wrong with you? God damn it.
Make him explain it.
You've been on this show long enough to know.
Red Baron blocked me?
No. Holy cow. I got none for it. I got none. Trying to save the show, y'all. I'm trying to save the show, damn it.
That's remember that was
here we go.
High school nickname.
All right.
Because he liked to put his face in the Play Store in that time of the month.
Oh Lord.
See, you asked for it. I tried to help you, man. I tried to help.
I didn't know we went there.
You drove the bus there.
I didn't know we went there. I didn't know we were calling it.
And opened the door and said everybody off.
You drove the bus there and parked.
I definitely was green on that. I'm green.
Dinging the bell in the back going, damn.
Like, holy, what the fuck are you talking about? I done heard you motherfuckers say that a few times. I'm like,
I was dinging the bell back there.
Oh Lord, they call him the Baron. Oh shit.
All right. Okay. So here we go.
Right.
This is dope. This is cool. I've been thinking about getting into hydroponics myself. And part of the conversation last week was like, hey, can you mix? Because I like to eat fish and salad. This is just a fact. And that was really where this kind of came from. I had fish and salad today. And it's really where the idea kind of came from in my head. And Triple R was like, hell yeah, this is something that they do. It's called aquaponics. So here y'all go. Glad that we actually, I'm
Hey kids, I got something for you, man. Because the first time I saw this, it's a little bit different than what you see here, but the same. But with rabbits.
What?
Somebody was farming rabbits, and they had that system set up in a different way. So we had another layer to it. So you got a rabbit farm on one side of the property that was filtrating, taking the poop, and so it was manually being done. So this same system works in any kind of farming animal that you want to use. You just gotta have to add another layer to how you go about it. That the fish kind of thing, like Crimson was saying earlier, it's not as simple as it looks. You have to do some work and make sure everything is functioning properly. And you just put it together and just think it's going to constantly work like that. No, you got to maintenance the thing. But with the rabbit farming, so rabbits are one of the faster producing,
they multiply like an MF is what you're trying to say.
Yeah. So it's doable as well. So maybe I'll show that another time. But rabbits,
I'm not about eating rabbits, though, just to put that out there for the world. But if we're in the zombie apocalypse, all bets are off. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is.
Right.
Sorry. I'm sorry, my furry friends. You're my food.
All right, man. So a couple things. Are we done with this, or do we need to talk about this?
No, we can move on.
What do you call those big containers that are plastic, but they sit inside like the metal grates? They're not tubs, they're huge. They're like 200 gallons or so.
Plastic?
Yeah, it's I think it's a plastic interior, but they're different sizes of those things.
You're probably talking about a water catcher.
Yeah, there's
like a water main, like a water main.
No, it looks like a big metal basket with something sitting inside of it. I just can't remember the name of it, but those are good for growing fish as well because you can get a lot of gallons in there. I just can't remember the fucking name.
All right, well,
nitrogen tank. I don't know. Anyway,
no, that's the nitrogen in the poop.
Yeah, in the shit. Yeah. All right. So before we go any further, we are in the shit now, so we need to let people know this is the month of Halloween. Real quick, it's something I wanted to share with you guys. This thing is funny, man, because it's got a mixture of spooky, it's got a mixture of otherworldly shit compared to it. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take you to this feed, and I'm gonna share my screen with you. Let me find it first. I gotta make sure I got it, because I got so much shit going on. All right, here we go. I'm gonna share my screen with you. And I'm going to put an overlay over it just so we don't get in no trouble on the channel. Give me a second to put it all together. Just know this is an actual policeman that's giving you an account of what he heard in a real live 911 call. I think it happened a couple of years ago somewhere in rural North Carolina. But let me put this overlay over top of it so we don't get in no trouble. And I'm going to go play the video. Give me a second. Here you go.
It is very hard to listen to that call, to that 911 tape, without becoming somewhat unnerved. It actually bothered me the first time that I heard it.
Henry County 911, what's the address of your emergency?
I'm driving on 210. I just crossed the Black River, and I thought I saw a guy standing on the side of the road bleeding.
Okay, where are you at, sir?
I'm on 210. I just crossed the Black River. I'm heading towards 53 East. I just passed Patriots Watch.
Okay, so you're over near Morse Creek?
Yes.
Okay. And did you saw a man standing on the side of the road?
the?
What was that, sir?
That's not human. That's not human.
Sir, are you okay, sir?
There's something in the back of my truck.
Okay, what's in the road?
No, it's not in the road. It's in my truck. In the bed.
There's something in the bed of your truck?
Yes, ma'am. I just turned on my bed light for my truck, and there's something in my bed.
Okay, sir, when you say something, what do you mean?
I just knocked it off of the bed of my truck and went over my roof.
Okay, what was it?
According to the CAD notes and the deputy reports, this thing jumped into the back of his pickup truck and began to actually beat on the top of the cab of his truck. You could actually hear something beating on the top of the truck. The caller stated that it was beating and scratching on the top of the cab of his truck. He actually stated that he was able to engage his bed light and was able to somewhat identify this object that was in the back of his truck. At some point, he was able to slam on his brakes, and the force of inertia actually threw this thing out over his hood and onto the highway, where this thing stood up in the roadway, made its way to the wood line, and disappeared in the woods.
All right. There it is, man. What y'all think about that? That's viral as shit. The guy has since went on to make, he's been on different platforms and he told that story. And I don't think, just by looking at him, I think he was really shook. That was a real call. That was a real 911 operator's response to that person's call. Did that sound at all inauthentic to you?
No, it sounded like he was really shook. What I really didn't like was that 911 operator. It's like, come on, baby girl, you need to be more Johnny on the spot. People calling you for an emergency. Let's get a little more on the ball, because my man is calling. He didn't gave his location 3 times, and you like, now where you at now? I'm like, oh, for fuck's sake. So it's like he saw something. And it wasn't human, according to him. You know, I'm not okay. I'm not saying he didn't or did, because I wasn't there. I don't know what the hell he saw, but I would be freaking out too if something, was in the bed of my truck and I saw it, looked like it was bleeding, and it's like, did you stop and give him first aid? Hell no, I'm on the phone with you, ain't I? You know what I'm saying? That's what y'all supposed to do. Shit, I'm letting you know. Shit. Keep rolling, my man. Shit, don't be stopping.
Yeah. Hey, Trips. One of the things I was blessed with, and thank God for, because don't know where I'd be without it, man. I got a pretty A1 top-notch BS radar detector, man. This one, I've seen it on different people have posted this and made hay with it. Different people have. This didn't sound like to me like some bullshit. I don't know what the hell was going on in the back of that truck. I don't know what got on there. It could, whatever. But the place where that incident happened, he was on a back road in rural North Carolina. And, what's funny about it is different people have the surrounding area. There was a monument to a Confederate battlefield. So, during the Civil War, they made this little area some kind of monument because a battle took place there. And people have taken it to the extreme, talking about it, some kind of Confederate soldier that's dead, that, he's in purgatory, he jumped on you, all kinds of crazy stuff. But I just take it for what it was. And I don't know, but it just the call sounded very authentic to me. I know that officer is a real officer. I know that. Kez, what you thinking, man?
I don't know what to think about things like this, man. So it sounds like it's legit. I'll give the man, I'll give the devil his due here. Obviously, there was an altercation and it scared him shitless, right? Like, so I'll give him that. I don't know about no, Confederate ghosts jumping in the trucks. I'm not so sure if that's what it is, but hey, maybe that's what it is. But to me, it sounds like somebody jumped in his truck and then effed off at the end of the day, I would be startled by it as well, and I would definitely hit my brakes and send that guy flying. So good for him. He did all the right things, except for maybe placing a phone call about it, because like that girl was completely and totally useless.
Right?
You know what I mean? So where are you again, sir? Oh, I'm being like attacked. Like, fuck, you know what I mean? There's a guy in in the bed of my truck. He's trying to get into the cab of the truck. Or like, I don't know if it's a guy. I'm screaming like that's not human. And so you're at the intersection of what, sir? Fuck off.
I told you where I'm at 3 times with 3 reference points.
You need to upload a map. You need to send you fucking GPS location.
Yeah. Oh, and real quick, Levante. No, it's not a bank tank. I looked it up. It's an IBC water tank, 275, 250 gallons and such.
Oh yeah. I know what you're talking about, Trips.
Yeah,
that's a big motherfucker.
yeah. You know, you get a couple of those, and you can, you know, do a little something for your community, your village, if you will.
It's better to get you a Catch-A-Mac water tank. That's all. You know what that is? When, like, if you're in somewhere rural and you need to collect water to, you know, let's just say you get 2 or 3 of them because you got a homestead or something. You're gonna need like 2 or 3 of those. You're gonna need those to collect water, whether it's rain or when you have somebody deliver water to your place. But you need those Catch-A-Mac water systems, and those are big. They damn near, they're like mini silos, is what they are. But they're Rubbermaid kind of material.
Yeah. I just want to clean that up. But yeah, it's. I'm not one to say, oh, ghosts don't exist, or monsters aren't real, or aliens are a figment of the imagination. No, I don't know. I mean, why, you know, would they not be, or if they are? Because there's just been way too many crop circles, or, you know, alien abductions with anal probes, and, you know, Area 51s and the little green guys, and there's just too much smoke.
Speaking of, go ahead, kids.
I was just speaking of smoke. There's also like crackheads out there too. So there's that.
Yeah, well, there's that.
All right. So to that point that you was just making about, you know, I'll just start. Like, I will start with this, man, because this one goes a little bit deeper, but we're gonna just call it what it is, and we'll respond to it. Now, this situation, can you guys see this?
We can.
All right. Just to let you know, this is something, this guy, I can't remember his name. I think it's Ross Coulthard or something like that. He's well known in this community, trying to find, you know, the problem is, here's the problem why so many people speculate on all this stuff is because the U.S. government and world governments have all kinds of information that they don't want people to see or know about, because they think it will stress out, you know, the world psyche or the U.S. psyche, or they think it'll freak people out. And so they classify way too much stuff. But these guys are sleuths, and they just really, really are insistent on making sure people know what's going on. I'm just showing you this image so I can let you guys know this comes from a reputable source. I don't know what you think about News Nation. I don't think very much of it, but this guy, I follow and listen to what he has to say. He gets qualified people that are in contact with this stuff, guys that are in the CIA, guys that are ex-security guards. Who's the guy you're about to listen to? He's an ex-security guard on a facility where they store nuclear material. So nuclear sites where they store nuclear material in storage spaces. This is really what goes on out in Nevada. He's going to give you a story. Now, if you don't know anything about being on U.S. government property. You have to go through a certain security clearance to get there, right? I've been through that because I've been on Dobbins Air Force Base in Atlanta. I had to go through some shit to get to it. And so you just can't be anybody. And so I'm going to play this video. I'm going to bring it back to where it's at. And I'm going to play this video. Give me a second. Make sure I got an overlay so we don't get in no trouble about it. I'm going to play the video. And you guys we can chop it up. You guys can take it for what it's worth. It's a little bit longer. Just letting you guys know that.
UAPs, paranormal phenomenon, and nuclear weapons and facilities.
Wrong video.
And what?
This is the
we
video.
were outside. A few of the guys smoked, so we were outside with them, kind of joking and just hanging out. One of the other patrols was there, so it was a total of 6 people.
By the way, guys, this is a security guard working, regular people working on a government site that stores nuclear material. So he's aware of all the movements going on around that facility, good or bad. The thing about this is most of these guys are scared to come out and talk because they get their lives get mistreated by government people. And so this guy is brave for just even saying something. I'm gonna just let you guys finish hearing it.
People outside. And I remember that the guy that I'm facing, we're talking, joking about something, and he kind of looks up above my head and his eyes just go wide. And as soon as that happens, I kind of turn my head to look over my shoulder. And as I'm turning my head, I see this reddish glow that kind of approaches on the ground. And I crank my head up just in time to spot this. I mean, I hate to say it, but it was a classic flying disc shaped object. I don't think that it was physically on fire. It was almost like this almost like magma type glow was wrapped around the front of it, and that was what was illuminating the ground underneath it. But it was flying maybe 200 to 300 feet above our heads, very low. And as it approached and came over us, it actually deadened sound wherever it moved. Like the natural sounds of like the building right next to us, the desert, other patrols in the distance, they got very faint, almost like when you stick your head underwater. And as soon as
is there any noise from the object at all? Do you hear anything like a propeller or a jet or a turbine?
Nothing like that. A little bit of a hum, but I don't like I don't know if it was the object creating the hum or maybe its interaction with the atmosphere.
Hey, Trips and kids, y'all dig the part about they just out there taking a break, somebody smoking cigarettes, and next thing you know, this shit start happening on a nuclear fucking storage base, man. Any thoughts on it so far?
Well, I find it weird that it's out in a nuclear storage base.
Why?
Because like, what the fuck they doing out there?
Maybe they need fuel.
If they're aliens, and
let's
just say if they want something, that's a good place to go. But if they're worried about our society as humans, they want to see who's doing what with these things are dangerous. They want to make sure everybody's like, they don't want this shit to happen. Maybe it's that, but
well, my question is more, you know, y'all doing security. Why is it 6 of y'all standing around smoking and joking? Who's securing the damn premises?
Well, they're in the middle of butt fuck nowhere. You be smoking too. You're in the middle, you know what I mean? You're in the middle of the desert. What is there to do? You fucking
your job.
What? No, ain't nobody trying to really do their job though. Everybody's trying to, you know what I mean? Everybody's trying to F the D. That's just what it is. You got a little couple of minutes. You go outside for a cigarette. Oh shit.
You know, but if the space people need, let's say, nuclear materials for, you know, their propulsion systems, they know where they are. You know, they got scanners and sensors. You know, they're traveling through the damn universe. You know, obviously they know how to look for what they need.
I'm just saying they got better powers. If it's legit, they got a better power source.
Hey kids, what if these motherfuckers got a little sense of humor? You know what I'm saying?
They got a sense of humor.
Fuck with them a little bit.
They're just cracking jokes. All right.
Let's hear it out.
Now, let's not beat around the bush here. This is a craft, a solid physical craft of some kind, reaching the airspace over what is probably one of the most sensitive facilities in the United States, if not the world.
Aluminium.
This is where thermonuclear weapons are stored. Describe what happens.
So
I love the
object
accent,
came
though. It's killer.
right overhead, and you could tell it was losing altitude because it was dipping down lower as it came and passed over us. As soon as it was clear of us, that's when sound returned and you could hear everything normal. We immediately got on the radios. By the time we got the first radio call out, the object had cleared the perimeter fence line, and it seemed to go behind this area that we call the bluffs, which is what kind of blocked us from view from the rest of the desert. And once it went down behind the bluffs, there was a massive flash of like orangish reddish light, and it was so big that all of us kind of braced ourselves because we honestly thought whatever this thing is, it's just crashed, and like it's such a huge explosion, we're gonna get knocked off our feet.
How big was the object?
I'm a little hesitant because at nighttime and you don't have a good reference, I estimated it was 200 to 300 feet above our heads. If that estimate is right, and I'm fairly confident that I'm right about that, I would say it's about 45 to 50 feet across. So it was
Wow.
it was a good size object.
Holy
it wasn't a drone. It wasn't. It was very large. I've been next to military
could it
aircraft.
have been an aircraft of some type? Maybe a blimp or is there any kind of known
Weather balloon?
prototype or craft that you can think of that might plausibly explain the shape that you saw?
So it was definitely not a conventional aircraft. It had no wings. It was a perfect disc-shaped object.
Any windows, lights?
We only saw the underside, and the
Just a couple seconds left. Just hang in there, y'all.
underside was perfectly smooth. There was no, I mean, it did go by pretty fast, but there was no obvious markings, no obvious signs of.
Did it have a metallic sheen to it, or was it of unknown construction? Did you see? Did it look constructed?
Wood.
It definitely looked like it was something that was built, and whatever this reddish glow at the front of it was, it consumed about a quarter of the craft or the object, and it was reflecting off the bottom. So that's why I know that even though it was dark, that's why I know that it definitely had a sheen to it of some sort. Like it was able to reflect that light from this glow.
All right. Now this one, I'm gonna let you guys speak to that. Go ahead.
I'm just more of in the space now of how would you make a disc fly? You know, with no obvious engines or propellers or propulsion. How?
Well, maybe it's propulsing itself, right? So maybe
How?
You cannot do that without leaving.
You mean like spinning? Like a disc?
Yeah. Maybe it's spinning in a manner that creates, creates a gravitational pull, creates
and that's where that silence, that vacuum.
To my knowledge, we don't have anything that can do what Kez just got through describing.
How about magnets?
That's
maglev.
That's something different.
If you had a magnet large enough, if you had an electromagnet large enough that it repelled against the natural pull of the earth, you could levitate a device along those lines in a very similar fashion, actually.
And then it also could just be I don't know. No, because it wouldn't move like that. It can't be a balloon or like a hot air or anything filled, because it wouldn't move like that.
No.
So it has to be propelled. It has to have some sort of engine, some sort of way to keep it spinning. And if it is like just spinning real fast at a level plane that you can't really tell because it's going so fast and so precise, it could just be that magnetic anti-gravitational kind of field it's building because of the spinning, so that keeps it, up.
And you know what?
I'm just thinking about the scientific aspects of it.
You know what, Trips? There's this world where the United States military is working on designs and different products that they don't want the world to know about, and some of the test runs and some of the things that they might want to do would likely happen on sites like that. Maybe not that site in particular, but I don't know how that site is set up.
Oh, you're bang on, right? So like if my conspiracy brain is like this shit's probably man-made, and yeah, they would be testing it in the middle of buttfuck nowhere, where there's in the middle of the desert, so it doesn't startle planet Earth while they're testing cool new tech, whether it's been reverse engineered from actual alien tech or what have you. You know what I mean? You never know, but just something very interesting is, again, the use case of magnetism in that respect that I just brought up. It's something that we've never really seen in like real life, like in regular use. The closest thing to what I've described, and it's crazy, the closest thing to what I've described is from Back to the Future 2, and that it's Marty McFly's skateboard, which was like low level.
But that was more of a hovercraft, wasn't it?
But like we're talking levitation here. If you did it on scale with an electromagnet as opposed to just an actual magnet, an actual magnet would provide you about a 3 to 4 foot propulsion from the ground. But
he's talking about non-propulsion. That's what you're talking about, kids. You're talking about something that doesn't have a system that propulses things.
Well, so magnetism could be utilized with respect to propulsion, right? It would be repulsion if you really think about it, right? Because you'd be going against. You'd be using
theoretically. Hold on. Let me cook. Hold on.
No, you go, bro. You go.
So you got a disc spinning, and it's using the resistance or the attraction of the gravitational pull of the magnetic of the Earth.
Yep.
So you control your forward momentum by activating some sort of like a teeter-totter kind of thing. So it's like the magnetic things is here, so you push it forward this way, so it goes that way. The resistance, whatever the scientific term is for that.
Tilt. You can just tilt the electron.
Right. And so it goes that way and that way, and so that way you can control the direction.
Yeah.
So if you got something what Kez is describing and you're describing, and using electromagnetic pull to guide something or to make something go, and so if you can do that, you can definitely tilt something this way, tilt something that way, and guide the direction of it. It's two things I want to mention. I don't know. I didn't play this because I just showed you guys an image of that House committee hearing of all those guys that got up there and spoke to all of this stuff that we're talking about right now. There was a black guy in there, and I ain't pointing him out because he's black, but in his testimony, I probably should have played his part of it. And some of it is what Kez and Trip is talking about right now, the non-propulsion systems that he saw operating in this vehicle that he saw. He saw that there's no propulsion systems are going to leave a vapor trail of some kind. That's just the way that works. That's just the way it works. It's going to leave some kind of trail. This thing left nothing. So how you guys are
you're burning, like under normal pretenses, you're burning a power source to a fuel to create.
Right, that's what makes the trail.
Exactly.
But if you're using the magnetic force, there won't be that trail because it's like bumper cars. You know how the stick of bumper cars reaches up to the electrical grid thing up there?
Yeah.
You propel yourself like that, except reverse it And instead of that metal grate up there, you got the earth. And instead of electricity, you're using magnets, magnetism.
Either there's something really truly going on that we don't understand yet, or the United States government understands it and they're trying to get control of it and they're testing things based off the information. There could be layers to all of this that's being said. I'm not going to discredit that guy, even though I'm just like any other skeptic in the world that will hear that, see that, and be like, okay, I can come up with some kind of rational excuse as to why you saw what you saw. But that ain't the only interview. That interview was probably an hour and a half long. That's just a snippet of it. He's talking about images that aren't like I see kids, I see trips. I can't see kids and trips walking through a wall. Like he's talking about, he sees like the shape of something that's walking through objects. So they've got walls and different doors that you got to get through to get to where he's at. Security in any government site like that, I've been through it, I've seen it, is real. Dog, you ain't just walking up in that motherfucker, dog. You ain't coming up in that motherfucker at all if you ain't got nowhere near the clearance you need to have. It's real. I've been through that. This dude talks about more, so I just pointed out that interview on Newsmax. You go and look it up and see for yourself what you think of the entire interview, because I found it at least credible. At least.
What are you talking about here? So there somehow a dude or an entity of some kind walked up into Area 51? I'm being facetious with the Area 51, but
he wouldn't say specifically where that site was. He just talked.
Fair, like I don't care what site it is. I'm just saying, like, so did somebody actually like what's the word? So like the word is the term would be phase shift. They phase shift through a wall.
And he said he could see the figure, but it wasn't a figure. He couldn't see a person like I'm seeing you in Triple R. He saw something
particle manipulation. So you wouldn't see our physical, because we would phase into particles to go through the wall and then back to ourselves if it was ourselves. But if it was a being, that being could have been it. It doesn't have a face, it doesn't have physical features like a human body because they're not human. So they are particles, so to speak. They move like that. And, our walls are no limits for them because they don't have the same chemistry as we do. They don't live by the same rules as far as, all that stuff. So it is possible, because we never really contemplate what the aliens look like. It's always like little green guys.
Well, maybe this is not an alien. This could be a ghost. Right. This could be any level of any level of entity that could facilitate some kind of phase shift. And again, just like as you're describing, they don't necessarily have to come, return to their original form. Maybe they're just, maybe they have the ability to full on not just phase shift but shape shift into whatever form they want to turn into. Right? Like
that's a whole other kids. That's a whole other conversation. Shape shifting and all that.
That's a thing. That's an earthly thing. Not even space shapeshifters. It could be somebody from space that shape shifted on Earth, where the lore came from. But shapeshifters a thing on Earth. But my question is, like, if you ever really considered like aliens coming, what would they look like? Do you picture them as the little green guys, as like ET, or like the little tiny guy in the head of the big guy from Men in Black? Are they slimy, or what would you picture an alien looking like? Or then don't say it depends on what planet it came from.
You're probably asking kids more than me, or are you asking?
Well, both of y'all. I mean, I'm just asking because we've all considered aliens. It's like, when you hear alien, what does it look like in your mind?
Kid. Okay, me.
I was giving you the opportunity to go. You go.
I don't really give credence to any in my head that doesn't compute as far as what it's supposed to look like. I don't think anything that's from this solar system. I don't know, man. I don't know, to be honest with you, because I've heard different stories. There's some different conversations that we need to have to explain what's in my mind about what it is, because I've heard all kinds of stuff, but I'm not really into, people. When you start thinking about stuff like that, that might be a broad range of things going through somebody's head because they've seen and heard so many different things. And
part of it goes along with like the disc we were just talking about. Whatever it is would have to fit inside of there.
I would just say, I think of something coming from outside the solar system. It's going to be something humongous, and it's going to be several humongous things. If something comes into the solar system, I think it's going to be several of them. It's not going to be just one that hovers over this place. It's going to be several of them, and they're going to come and they're going to kind of park wherever they want to park. And that might be any and everywhere. What those things look like, who knows? Who knows? That's just speculation.
Well, I understand. It's like, because there is no answer, because I'm not going to say you're right or wrong. But if you thought aliens, what comes to your head visualization wise?
A big black entity.
Okay, a big black amorphous entity. All right, kids.
That was it's one of the earlier Star Trek episodes. Me personally, I'm gonna give you the craziest look at all this. I don't think that it would be them grays that you see or them bobble-headed, big-headed, big-eyed things. I think I don't expect to see any of that.
If I told you I think there could be several species, would you buy that? And they might be all different kinds of shapes, sizes.
Yeah. Different planets got different species, so yeah.
The possibilities are completely endless, right? Like I'm not refuting the potential for grays and greenies and amorphous black masses. Like I'm not refuting any of that. My thoughts is it would probably be something much smaller than what we would expect. I would suspect it would be something probably microbial that has an intellect that is so much further than ours. That's my thoughts. I think it'd be tiny. They wouldn't necessarily look, smell, or feel like, your next door neighbor. I think it would probably be something tiny that is, brilliant in understanding.
Hey kids, I think the very first MIB, Men in Black, I think that was more revealing to society. And it almost feels like, to me, like it was like a test balloon to see how far it can go up into wherever it's going, up into the sky, and how far it will go before we realize this is as far as the balloon can go. And that movie, I believe that there's a little bit of truth to that. This is my belief.
No, it's not, and it's not. What you're saying isn't completely crazy, because if these things actually exist and if it occurs, if there's evidence of it, I would not be surprised if they're here living among us and walking among us right now, today, doing the darn thing.
Donald Sutherland.
I'm just saying, whether that is
Invasion of the Body Snatcher type thing.
Like I would be much less surprised if that was the case, because and I'll make sense of it, right? So if, for instance, one of those discs crashed at Area 51, they build a whole thing around it and they investigate the situation. They find one dead alien, they find another one who they've locked up for time. at some point they're going to come to the realization that they probably shouldn't have kept this guy here, and they could kill him, which we do to people all the time. Oh, sorry, unalive him. You know what I mean? They could unalive the alien, or they could probably do something that would allow it, that would make so that the aliens don't come unalive us. And in doing so, that would be, hey, like, y'all can kick it here for a little bit. We're outnumbered. We're outgunned. It's okay if y'all kick it here. We'll make sure that you're not seen or found. Maybe Mount Weather's full of aliens. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you never know. You never know these in these situations. What I can tell you is, again, if the possibility for that to have happened, for a crash to have occurred, for there to be reverse engineering on spacecraft and potential actual encounter with alien races, we are in a bad situation because they smarter than we are, because they figured out how to get here. So, you know what I'm saying? So right. with that knowledge, they're ahead of us technologically by leaps and bounds. We're cooked. So if they want to come visit us, it's either we arm up and lose horribly, or we say, hey buddy, what's up? If you can't beat him, join. What's up? Hey man, you know what I mean?
Arming up. That's like the really thick-headed.
But that's a natural military
protection.
That Neanderthal wicked.
But that's a natural military
yeah, we are Neanderthals.
I ain't no Neanderthal.
In comparison to a race that can fly millions of miles.
I think this, and we'll get out of here with. I got one more thing to show you guys, but I think we're in the age of understanding. I think we're coming out of the age of all kinds of aggression, all kinds of violence, all kinds of I don't know that we realize how much chaos we've been living through our entire existence as humans. Us. I'm talking about us individually. I'm talking about for centuries. All we've done is hurt, maim, destroy each other, and ungodly other things to each other, just in this race for dominance. And I know this, man. We're coming out of that time. I know that. We're coming out of that time, and there's going to have to be some understanding, or there's going to have to be some concrete conclusions made about what to do about these things that keep, basically corrupting societies, man. I'm not saying that there won't ever be anything violent, but I'm telling you that we're going to have to cross a threshold. That's just what I would tell you. And before we get out of here, I want to show you this. This is the latest before we close. This is the latest on 3I Atlas. So let me just tell this quick story, this one real quick. So, of course, the U.S. government is on shutdown. And so by now, this is the last images. I think this happened on, 8 days ago, they captured this image. And now this image, this 3I Atlas, is behind the sun, and nobody can capture any imagery of it because it's going to emerge from the other side of the sun. If it ever does, then we can get more imagery of it, and it'll be a little bit closer at that time. The problem is everybody's upset because the U.S. government is shut down, and the best, and I'm talking about billions and billions of dollars worth of assets to actually capture this, is in the U.S. government, and NASA cannot. So somebody in NASA is getting this information. They have it. They just haven't released it to the public, or if they ever do, they know what it looks like. And they just won't say anything because the government is shut down. Nobody can speak from their official capacity. And so I just wanted to put that out there. And by the way, this is, let me take it down and go to this video right quick. This is just real quick. It ain't gonna be nothing but it's just a gift, not a gift.
I like gifts.
Mm-hmm.
This is what it looks like in real time. Hold on.
I accept gifts.
This ain't really that. This is what it looks like in real time. Can you see it? This is what it looked like in motion. But these telescopes are good telescopes, but they don't have the clarity of what NASA can bring to the table.
Yeah, European Space Agency, Mars orbiters.
So they have a rover or something on Mars that can pick up anything that comes in and near around Mars, and they have the technology there to peep it out as it's coming by. But what the United States can bring to the table is much, much more powerful than this. So this is the closest
it used to be. See now, it's behind the sun. What does that mean? Does that mean so the Earth has rotated around the sun, but the Atlas 31 is still on the same trajectory, and in 24 hours or 12 hours when we're back around, it's still on the trajectory toward Earth, that kind of thing?
All I know is around the 28th or 29th, it'll pass the sun. It'll pass the sun, and this comes to however this thing works in our solar system, it'll be visible again around the 28th, 29th. It's my understanding of it. So right now, it's just the time it's spending passing the sun. And from what I understand, I don't know if you guys ever heard of solar flares, but the sun has fired off. Basically, a solar flare is the sun is burping or farting, giving off gas, and it's shooting off a big, powerful solar blast, and it hit this thing. And from my understanding, from people that observed this thing at this point, it did not alter the trajectory of this object. Anything else, the sun blast like that is going to either be in pieces or completely obliterated.
Yeah, it melted, burn up.
It didn't do anything to it.
So this is like some deep space aliens who was like, well, when we get to the sun, go to the third rock. You know what I mean? And here we are. So damn. I mean, because that's hot, and to go through it and still coming for us, like, oh no, that's not cool. Now I'm gonna have this nightmare that back in the day when there were no like human beings, we were fish and amoeba still, and then the aliens came down and fertilized and skeet made humans, and then they left, and it was just like a handful of humans, and now it's like a few billion, and so now they're gonna come back and harvest because they left to plant the seeds and let the seeds grow, and the seeds were human beings doing it and having little bitty seeds, and those seeds growing up and doing it and having more seeds. So now we got a lot of meat on this planet. When they left, it wasn't this much meat.
All I can tell y'all, man, is I do trips in particular. I want to say this, man. I got to take my hat off to you first, because not only was you not with this kind of conversation, but before that, you didn't. The whole Halloween vibe and the whole Halloween theme, you let it be clear to me a couple of times. Whatever. But thank you for being a good sport, man. Thank you for being a good sport. And you too, Kaz, man, because we also had a conversation about this, and I appreciate y'all for allowing me to push it a little bit. And it's just me and my vibe, and I know you guys don't always get along with, but I appreciate y'all for being real good sports about it, man. I do.
Right.
But any other thoughts about anything that we talked about tonight? Go right ahead before we close this thing out and give some pleasantry.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see what happens with this thing in the sky and the sun and all that. I like to keep my eye on the horizon. It's just me. It's funny, man. A lot of folks are like, if I'm walking around at nighttime outside, like, oh man, look at the stars, look at the sky. It's beautiful. And I'm like the last guy to ever even notice what's going on up in the sky. It's just me. I like to keep my eye on the horizon. Because if someone's gonna punch you in the face, it's gonna come from over there.
Right? Did crypto punch you in the face? Because I know you was invested there.
You know what? Crypto didn't really punch me in the face, but I've learned lessons in that regard. If we want to have a little bit of that conversation,
I almost did, but we had too much to deal with. But we can do that next week if you would like.
Sure. Then I'll just give a little quick synopsis. If you're gonna get into crypto,
I don't want to, but if that's something
Bitcoin,
you want to,
buy Bitcoin, buy Ether. Don't mess with meme coins.
Shit coins.
You know what I mean? The shit coins will get you every time. Everybody, it's the lottery. You know what I mean? If you have the time. What up, Beldar? What's cracking? Yo, shout out to the Archangel and the Quatu as well. But I mean, if you want to get into crypto and you want to get into meme coins, the problem is you have to pay attention to them all and try and figure out which one is going to pop. And if you find the one that's going to pop, you'll be a multimillionaire. Awesome.
To the moon.
You know what I mean? To the moon. But if
I would say to everybody that's considering something like that, save your damn money and don't go to the casino.
Don't go to the casino.
It's basically a trading casino.
No, I wish I could argue with you. It is the lottery.
A big trading casino.
You should probably start looking at figure out how to options trade. If you can figure out how to options trade, you might not necessarily be a multi-millionaire, but you will definitely you can easily make a 100K every year and laugh about it later on.
All right. Any
all the way to the bank.
Anything that we talked about tonight, go right ahead before we close this thing out.
Trade options.
Short. Go ahead, kids.
I was saying. All right. Anyways, thanks for coming. Thanks for holding it down with us, man. We went through all kinds of fun stuff. 31 Atlas, aquaponics, just general alien fun stuff, as well as the Chicago Bears, your favorite football team and mine. Big ups to all y'all in the chat. I would go through the list, but it's a list. MC Facts with us late. Big up White Ghost has jumped in late. Crimson, Mr. Mayhem, AC Adam, Neil Anderson, Wild Hog, Archangel. Gotta love the Scrolls for being here all night long. Gotta love my guy Levante Rogers. Both of them are super no maniacs. You should be as well. By all means, like, share, subscribe. Right here, we're triple streaming. Do so at Keza Canuck. Please, he would love it. Give him a little bit of leave a comment. We would appreciate that. I'll get back to you. Same token with my guy underneath me, Triple R, right there at Sports Chicago Style. Give him some love. Give him a comment. He would love that. We live for that support.
But first,
baby kids, yo,
Get
he's got all the toes you need for love.
Those baby kids, Herberts.
All the toes you need for love. By all means, check out Baby Kids or Fully Grown Kids. There he is, that sexy bastard. Check out Fully Grown Kids every Tuesday on the Super Flex Fantasy Football Show. Tuesday at 6, 7 Eastern, 6 Central. Love to have you. We'll chop it up. Again, bring your fantasy football questions for me and my guy D Nice, and we'll do the darn thing the way it should be done, like we do every week. Put your fantasy football team in a good position and potentially give you some ideas as to what you might be, what you might want to do with a parlay here and there. That being the case, again, thank you for coming out, man. We appreciate it. And by all means, give a like, share, subscribe to the Nomad Network as well. Once again, we're triple streaming. We will be coming up with some really cool content very shortly for you to enjoy. My guy, Ricky. What's up, Ricky, man? Big ups, Canadian Thanksgiving. Cheers to you and Two Smokes. He knows what's up. He knows he gets the joke, trust me.
Don't forget. Go ahead, kids. My bad.
No, you go. What were you saying?
I was just saying, don't forget about this dude.
Oh, man. Yeah, man. Big up Triple R. Big up Triple R. Sports Chicago Style. We got some all kinds of feet on this show. A lot more feet than one would have normally expected, but they're there, and I guess we like them. Some of us like them more than others.
Well, I mean, it's just, I mean, are the soles, are they wrinkly? Are they smooth? How deep is the arch? How smooth is the heel? What do the toes look like? How do they move when she walks? Does the
Those
big
look like
toe lift?
fingers in this
Do the
case.
outer toes lift? How's the toe beds? Are they hookovers? Are they grippers?
How
And it's
about,
like,
where the fuck she been walking at?
I think she could throw a full on baseball with them things.
She been
and
walking.
you crack those knuckles. It's like, look at her, like crack, crack, crack. Each
Probably
toe.
climbing
And look
trees.
at that pinky toe. That pinky toe longer than most people's middle fingers.
She could throw a spiral with them.
Man, laces, grip the laces.
Dime it up, man.
Sports
I bet
Chicago
you could throw a football better than Troy Aikman. Oh, nasty Nate. God damn.
Speaking of Troy Aikman,
That's true. That's nasty, Nate. You nasty, man. You nasty mother.
Cocktail.
uh-huh. Yeah, but I tell you this before we get out of here, it's almost time to go night night. At Sports Chicago Style, go there and subscribe at Chef Trips for your healthier recipes and such, and at Trip Kundo for your mental, physical, and self-defense well-being. But to wrap it up to everyone before we hand it off to Nomad, as Crimson has said in the chat, good, better, best. Never let it rest. When your good gets better and your better gets best. Because we are gonna kick some ass this Sunday. Join us for the stream, the live reaction during the game for the Saints, and look forward to seeing y'all there. Go ahead, Nomad.
Amen to that. First things first, of course, don't forget about Sunday when we will be doing a live broadcast. Triple R and Kez will be doing that shit. I'll be producing and enjoying it, trying to enjoy the game, man. And I do think very, very bullish of what this Bears team is and what it's going to be, because we've been able to eke out wins with a team that's really trying to figure it out offensively and defensively with two new coordinators. And I think that should not be left out of the conversation. You know, everybody wants to hurry up and just shoot to the top. But it took a process for us to get here and get to this point where the team believes. We think what we think on the outside, and that's that. But the team is starting to believe. But before I get to my close, I just want to remind everybody, this is as cheap as you're ever going to get to support a channel. We made it as easy as it could be. I would love to see much more memberships come into the channel, because you're going to be grateful for what we got coming. Kids ain't just talking out of his butt for weeks and weeks and weeks, probably months now, about what kind of content we plan to bring to the table. There is much, much more coming down the pipe. And I believe by the next time we do this show on Sunday, we're going to put it out there. We're going to put it out there, and you guys can either you have a membership one way or the other, whether you're a No Maniac or Super No Maniac, better get you one. Because if you like what we do, we're definitely going to get into rich detail once we get into that other channel that we have planned for you guys. Grab that membership, please. Not only because of the content, but because you can help out this channel. All you got to do is hit this scan code, scan it, get your phone out, scan it, and go right to the channel. It'll take you right there where you need to be. Get your membership and become a member of the channel. Help us out. We definitely appreciate you ahead of time. So hopefully we'll see more of those moving forward. But to close, man, is really what we were just talking about the whole show. And that is about being bullish on your Chicago Bears team. And I tell you all something, man. I'm not really one of those people that carry all the residue that most people carry. I'm a fan just like you have been. I've been a fan for a long time. I see and experience the same things you have, but there's just a mechanism in me that has the ability to flush what I've seen before. And I don't compare it to what I see now, because I know this is a totally different coaching staff, a totally different group of personnel. There's a totally different mindset inside this building. And I can't say it enough. Every year you have to judge this team based on what you see now. Don't give me all that, okay, this guy did this when he was here, this guy did that. That helps people fix the narrative around Chicago. And all the people that complain about how bad people talk about Chicago, we all contribute to it by constantly bringing up the past. The past is the past. We can't do shit about it. And unfortunately, because the past is the past, we put ourselves in a position where we've been at mediocrity or beneath it. And so all the criticism we get, all the shit talk that we get, we got that coming. We got it coming. I'm not justifying all the criticisms. I'm just saying we have been a mediocre to beneath mediocre team for a long time. And I'm just saying, now we're starting to put it together. Now you're starting to get past all of that smoke that is that mediocrity. Now you're starting to get all past that. Now look forward to what we're about to do. And what I think we're about to do, and I got a pretty good sense of, this shit's going to be good. And it's going to be good for a while. And so you got that to hang on to instead of all the stuff that happened in the past that keeps you pissed off, keeps your stomach hurting, keeps you in a bad, foul mood. Don't let that shit get to you. Is all I'm trying to say. That's all I'm trying to say, y'all. Don't let that shit get the best of you. Don't let that shit drive your spirit. It's just negativity. And you don't want to be in that fucking fog. And I love you all, man. And I'm just talking to y'all because I love y'all, man. And I want y'all all to feel a little bit better. Flush the shit that already happened yesterday. And just look forward to the future. It's the best way to be. And how you can contribute to a better future is the best mindset to have. It's all in your psyche. It's all right there. So I love you all one more time. Thank you for being here. We've been here for 4 hours and almost 30 minutes, and we've hung in there for 100 plus people throughout the entire show. So this was really, really nice, man. It's always good when your team is winning, so the energy is better. So grab hold to that winning energy, and let's carry this shit. Who knows what we're going to do at the end of this thing. So I thank you all one more time for being here, but I got to leave you all with these famous words. If you can think it and you can see it, there's no reason in the world why you cannot absolutely manifest it. Do not, and I repeat, do not be a prisoner of your own mind. But with that being said, we are